people's breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. This is the People's Breakfast. It is exactly 1 minute past 6 o'clock. How are you doing? Well, we are doing good considering everything that has been happening. Today is Mashujaa Day. City Muga is in the studio with me. Yeye pia ni Shujaa. Shujaa mwenzangu, habari ya asubuhi?
I am very well, thank you.
How was, let me call it the Raila weekend. How was your Raila weekend?
Quiet.
Really?
You know, my weekends, by and large, tend
Right.
to be quiet.
Okay.
Yes, they are purposed to be quiet.
Right. They're designed to be that way.
Minimal activities. Yes.
That's nice. On Friday, we left here a very happy lot, after doing what we did, doing our duty as far as reporting on the Raila situation is concerned. Then kulikuwa na shughuli pale panaitwa Nyayo National Stadium. So pajua ile Nyayo National Stadium.
Yeah, is that not where the service was taking place?
Yes, that's where the service was taking place. And we were actually watching it here by the time we were leaving with our guests. That is Arnold Maliba and Mr. Alex Matere. My friend, kutoka hapa nikaamua kupitia barabara inaitwa Nyayo. I regretted it. I regretted it. Let me ask, what is it with people and this entitlement? Gari zikipita lazima zisimamishwe. So nilisimamishwa mara kadhaa. Watu walikuwa na demand ni watolee chai, and they were not kawaida people, and they were not demanding politely. It was a forceful situation. It was very scary actually for a second.
What we refer to as si tafadhali.
Yeah, hiyo ilikuwa ni sijui ni extortion plus thuggery plus thievery plus what else? It was a combination of issues.
Wealth redistribution.
Oh, wealth redistribution. I like that one. And there were cops. I don't know the name of that roundabout, but you know that roundabout at Nairobi West.
That roundabout, which is literally next to Nyayo.
Yes.
Then Toyota is across the road.
Right.
That one.
No, not that one. Actually, across the road. So when you're coming from Raila Odinga way,
yes,
then you leave that Timol roundabout.
The next one.
The next roundabout. There's a Total petrol station
I know
to the side.
That's the one.
Yeah, that's the one. So there were cops there.
Oh dear.
And these guys knew.
Dear.
They knew for a fact ukienda pale utapatana na Mbogi.
Mbogi ni nani?
Mbogi ni rende, ni watu wengi.
Umati.
Ni genge. Hiyo si hata umati. Hilo ni genge. Genge la wezi.
Genge la pagla.
Ndio hilo sasa. So we got there and the cops were there and they know that you guy don't go that way. You will meet some very not so interesting gentlemen. But they allowed us to pass. And, I was thinking, Nairobi today is safe. As much as, we are celebrating Baba, kila kitu kiko salama. Bro, nilifika pale. Unaona just now, when now Mali Stadium imeanzia, Mali kunahonga na stage hapo. Kapatana na vijana hivi. Wamefunga barabara. And they were demanding for that wealth distribution.
Okay, the distributors themselves were in place.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'd like to call them tax collectors also.
And they went to work.
And they went to work. So luckily for me, I was blessed with ulimi mtamu. I just lowered the window and I told them, yo. But I didn't lower it completely. I just left some space. Na nikawambia wase.
Guys.
What's up? They're like, hey, toche chai unajua mandia kamkate nini. I told them, I wish I had it here with me. For sure, yo mkate ningewapea. But for now, kindly allow me. I am rushing to hospital. Yes, I have someone I need to go and see. I've just been called by the doctor. It's an emergency. I had to lie. So and for them, they still did not understand this emergency I was attending to.
They had an emergency which they wanted you to attend to as well.
Yes, so they wanted me to sort out the emergency as I proceed to my emergency. So after it was a very long minute by day. Almost, actually, it was about 2 to 3 minutes of pure negotiation. they let me pass. Yeah. They let me pass. Anyway, what I'm saying is Friday for me, for those 2 to 5 minutes, was a nightmare. And I just hope the next time cops, number one, won't allow such nonsense to happen. But most importantly, I just hope that it will never have to happen. And especially at a place like Nyayo, Ivi, roundabout Ivi, so that I can actually use my brains to use another road. Sijui nini kilinifanya nifikiri that I was going to use that road safely.
Well, look at it this way. If you hadn't followed that route, you wouldn't have had this lovely story to tell on Monday, would you?
I wouldn't, by the way. Anyway, I'm glad to hear that you got home safe and sound. Kafanya shughuli zako.
Yes, yes. The did we hear or did we read of any incidences where people were robbed, properties lost? Did we hear of such things?
Well, not specifically on Friday, but on previous days. You remember, like the first time it was announced.
The first day there was a lot of mayhem.
Yeah, the first day Nairobi CBD was
not good.
Well, yeah, people looted, others were hurt. Let's not forget on Thursday, people got hurt at Nyayo also. Not Nyayo, but Kasarani. A few fellows were shot dead. Quite unfortunate. Then on Friday, nothing much really to report apart from that incident I was telling you about. But what else happened when the body was taken to Kisumu on Saturday? There was some mayhem rather at the stadium. Was it Mamboleo Stadium or something? That stadium, yeah. Kuliwanga na shida fulani hapo. People broke the barricades. Others got hurt. Luckily, no one died. Then now, yesterday, after the burial, after the lowering of the body, there was a lot of chaos. I don't know if you got to watch the funeral, the burial. There was a lot of chaos. People broke again through the security barriers, came to the grave site, and it was a difficult process for the grave diggers to cover up the grave. And they were the people. Some of the hooligans, me I'd like to call them hooligans, threw flowers onto the wet cement, which was going to, interfere with the structural integrity. So they had to remove the flowers, then reapply the cement again.
Those weren't thugs, those were mourners.
Hey, lakini bro.
Yes, bro. Those were mourners.
Why did they behave in such a way?
Do you really think that they were applying logic? Just look at what the outpouring of what we saw. In the midst of all this, there are always people whose intentions are not good. But by and large, those people were emotional.
They were emotional. But you see, their emotions were interfering with also just the kawaida program.
Paul, you wish to have a situation where emotions are logical and they follow an order. Is that what emotions do?
Look, I honestly think that in the turmoil, because we knew for about how many days up until Sunday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, for at least 5 days, you knew that this person was going to be buried on that day.
Believe me, on the day that person is being buried, emotions will come out of places you didn't even know they existed, because once someone is lowered to the ground, it hits you that this is it. Remember, we were talking about the stages of grief here.
Yes, we did.
Yes. Believe me, that denial, it isn't as though it's an orderly thing, like people in the military service marching. No. When the person is lowered into the grave and the grave diggers start covering the grave, for many people, that's when it actually hits you hard. All along, it's like you've suspended the reality. You know you're seeing you're there. But that lowering awakens you and you realize this is it, really.
They even had to whisk away the family. The Odingas had to be whisked away to safety because President Uhuru, retired, was also there. He had to be whisked away to safety. And I think for the family, they lost an important moment. You know, that moment whereby you can, even as, like, as a family, you can confirm that, okay, fine, our father has been laid to rest vizuri. The grave has been covered with dignity. Everything is underway. They are going to, put the cement. They're going to do whatever it is that they were doing. Because hata mabati zilikuwa, because kuna ile mabati huwa inaekelewa juu ndio nini mwage.
Paul, you're referring to what one would have wished to see.
Why can't mourners just respect that?
They are not you, Paul. That's the point. They don't think like you. It's not complicated.
And
let me repeat it.
Yes.
What you're seeing is a manifestation of how they think and what they feel. That's what you're seeing, yes. It clearly differs from how you would handle such a situation. See, we are looking at these situations as we all do, and we're looking at what we would have done and how we would have liked it. I told you this, that bear in mind, these are the same people who would be on the streets when tear gas is being lobbed.
Oh, yeah.
These are the same people who would be carrying sufurias. Same.
You see, I understand the fact that they really loved this gentleman that we just lost. I totally get it.
No, you don't actually.
I might not get to understand to the degree or what extent they actually love him, but I get that they are very passionate about Raila Amolo Odinga, right? And I do not purport to understand or share in their emotions to the extent that they were experiencing it. However, I just feel like, regardless of your pain, your emotion, and your feelings at the time, kuna vitu zingine, for example, you're being told this is a gravesite. Something needs to happen here. They need to move this body from there to this ground.
Your description is what tells me you don't understand it. You please remove your thought process and how you'd like to see it done, and understand that what you're seeing is what those people felt they needed. What you're seeing, not what we would like. Who wouldn't want an orderly send-off where everything is in order? If people are mourning, yes, they are mourning, but everything ends well. It starts well, it ends well, and we wish nobody had gotten shot, people hadn't gotten injured, and what have you. No, that unfortunately, remember that there's something that we refer to as mass hysteria. It's something we've seen in schools where those who understand these matters, some have alleged there were demons in that school. People behaving in a manner that is difficult to explain, some to the point of even being destructive or harmful to themselves. Okay? When it's a group of people and there are that many, and those who are leading believe that they need, let me put it, they lead in that direction.
Yes.
There may be people at the back there who have no idea what's happening here, but since people head that direction, that's where they'll head.
Also moving towards it.
That's where they'll head. I'm simply saying that before you've given this thing thought and given it a historical perspective, I still remember when Tom Mboya was killed. I was a child. I was in Nakuru. I was in, I think, standard 5 or 6. And the body was passing through Nakuru.
Yes.
Okay? I still remember. It's vivid in my mind because I'd never seen this before. The mourning. Some people were laying on the ground. Some people were on the middle of the road. As a child, it was just a very, very noisy situation. And the wailing was loud. That was my first encounter with what you're now describing.
Okay. So because I watched this on TV, I wasn't there. From the few camera angles that I watched, I honestly feel that some people were just acting out.
Yes.
Kuna wenye walikuanga, we can say there were genuine mourners.
Kuna wengine, wow.
Kuna wengine tu kazi yao, because you could see someone is just screaming, "Woi!" and he's holding his phone, taking the video like, "Woi! Woi!" That one for me is just acting. There are those who you could see were crying. You could see the tears and they were, whatever, making those movements. And you could tell, okay, ule nye ame feel like ule hapana. Then there's a time the cops that, the cops that were protecting now the homestead, the Raila homestead, at one point they had disappeared. The MC had to call them back.
That was actually where he was being buried.
Yes, yes.
That's actually his father's homestead.
Right. Now the MC had to call the security officers back because he realized, wait, ni kama aliona from a distance. Now this one I couldn't see from the screen that I was watching, but it's like he realized from a distance akaona, we pale kuna watu wanakuja na wanakuja wengi. Then he started calling for security. He was like, askari tafadhali njooni hapa da. Within literally seconds, that place was overwhelmed. So even by the time the cops were coming, they were forcing their way through the crowds. Then they reached the grave. Then they started telling people to move back. Na kuangalia hivi sisi nakwambia, and you could tell this cop is trying to be very civil with this particular human being. Anambia, please, let's move back. Huyu jamaa anamwangalia tu kwa uso. And I'm like, bro. Aya. Wengine wamepanda kwa musulia ya baba yake ya Jaramogi. They're on top there, and it's a multitude on top. For me, that one, I was like, guys, now this one is just going overboard. There are some things, you cries, anguka huko kando, but allow, number one, the grave diggers to do their job. Number two, allow the security forces to do their job. Mtu anakwambia vizuri sana, songa nyuma, unamwangalia tu hivi. And then this cop is just, now what do? I can't beat this person, because if we try any kind of, let me call it nonsense, this crowd will definitely overpower us. And it might end up being even bad, a massacre kind of situation. So it was just one of those situations, you're just praying that it doesn't get out of hand.
Clearly, you are witnessing something you'd never witnessed
before. Oh yes, for sure.
And you're still trying to come to terms with what you're seeing.
I was trying to understand that level of, you've called it mass hysteria, but I'll just add.
I was using mass hysteria
to explain.
To explain.
Yes.
When a whole crowd seems to have adopted an emotion, and in that crowd, you will find people who, as you correctly put it, were acting out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Them, they're just going with the crowd. People are supposedly wailing, they'll wail with the crowd. Okay? Remember the proverb or the saying?
Yes.
That the mourners who mourn even louder than the actual bereaved.
Oh yeah. So people who are doing it louder than the Odingas.
Then those who are actually bereaved. And they're the Odingas and then the Ogingas. They are, Jaramogi had brothers, Jaramogi had sisters. There are many people. Raila had mama wadogo, sio mdogo, wadogo. It's a big family.
Right.
That family plus their in-laws, all those people, they were the bereaved. But more directly, Raila's immediate family, his siblings. In many, many ways, Paul, you are right in that what was witnessed, there's a moment there which was lost as a result of it.
And also when the body was at the Opoda, no, not Opoda farm, where they were doing the nining, the Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology. There's a time now when the service was there, right? And when all was said and done, I remember the MC now saying, these are the protocols we're going to follow. And he said, number one, the family is going to live, led by the clergy, and then, of course, the cortege, and then the family and the president, and, the other dignitaries. Then he told the other mourners, because the space there cannot accommodate, kindly, we have set up screens here at the university. Watch from here. Watch the proceedings from here so that you can do what? We can just give the family the space. And I thought, okay, what wamesikia? But the moment that announcement was made, I just saw a huge crowd. Like the crowd we see at stadiums when Gor Mahia is playing AFC or when Liverpool is playing Manchester United like they did yesterday. I just saw a huge crowd walking off, and I was like, wameenda nyumbani.
Well, consider, let me give you another perspective. Every time there was a rally at Uhuru Park,
right,
you saw massive crowds. Didn't you?
Yes, I did.
The time when Raila was being enthroned as the people's president, you saw the crowds.
Oh, yes. Even at Fidel's funeral,
You saw.
that one was huge. For me, I was like, wait. But yes, it was huge.
I'm simply trying to tell you, the person who drew these large crowds had now passed away. What do you think was going to happen? Was he not going to pull even larger crowds than he did when he was alive?
Oh, yes.
Yes.
They
Now-
came to bid him fear.
Now, when you see such a crowd and you juxtapose it with the times when he was alive, within that crowd, there are people who are there to take advantage of such a gathering. They are not the majority. The majority were actually there to send away this person who had represented so much, who in body was the embodiment of hope for very many things for them. Now, when such a person passes away, what actually happens is you get confused. You're actually lost. Because when you fathom a future without, or you try to fathom a future without this person, it becomes very, very difficult for you to even comprehend. For you to actually, because you're thinking, what are we going to do?
Yeah.
That's that process of being lost. Now, the reality is this. What you saw happening was just as unusual
Yeah.
as everything else I have said.
Yes.
In summary, everything about Raila was unusual. Everything about him. If you look at how he bucked the tide, if you looked at the history of how he came into power, there's a generation that doesn't understand. They think he inherited the mantle. Actually, the truth is he opposed his father on this particular matter. He cut a niche for himself. Earlier on in last week, I was telling you about how Raila represented a generational change. His passing away also now represents a generational change. Very many things that even pundits who think they understand this thing are going to have to learn to understand that there are things you actually can't foresee. It doesn't matter how clever you are.
Yeah.
You'll have to learn as you see it unfolding.
I read a few comments here on YouTube as we move on. Michael Olanda anasema, good morning from the land of 1,000 hills. Michael Olanda, you're already back to Rwanda. I think it was last week when he told us he was back in, was it Kisumu? I think it was.
Rwanda's not as far as you think.
I know. We have Don Sabwa saying, yes, we could have been barricaded by the white man borders, but at Esibania, one-stop border point, the people came out, threw away the artificial border, and rescued Heche. Long live Pan-Africanism. We're going to be talking about that in a short while. Gypsy Corner anasema, hi City, hi Mbuvi. Gypsy Corner, good morning. How are you doing? Kisa Daniel, good morning from Pearl of Africa. That's Uganda. Must be Uganda. Yeah. John Mutua anasema, good morning. I am tuning from Doha, Qatar. From Chef John. Tell City to smile. City anaona kwa kamera house smile.
Angalia, okay, nimetoa.
Angalia saizi. Hata kama asipoona amesikia. Langat msema ukweli anasema, it's shocking. Okay. Langat, unajua hiyo comment siwezi soma. Wacha tu niache for now. Gypsy
kuna zingine zinawachwa.
Kuna zingine ndaruka tu for now, but nimeiona. Gypsy Corner anasema, Mona stealing flowers, no drunken hooligans, there was no need. Luis, thanks for the show. And then Langata msema ukweli anasema, all the chaos at Baba's burial was organized by Kasongo. Really? I don't think so. Yeah. But anyway,
this is why, Paul, I tell you that, you know, there are people for whom nothing good can be said of President William Ruto. Nothing. And if it's bad, it will be attributed to him. You know, we're all mourning.
Yeah.
And this period of mourning is not going to take place in a day. No.
Yeah.
Emotions are going to be so for quite a while. So expect crazy things to happen, Paul. Expect people to lash out, people to say crazy things. Take it in your stride that this is part of this process.
Yeah.
Whether somebody hated Raila or liked or loved Raila, believe me, the outpouring of emotions will manifest in that way. Yeah. But it is symptomatic of what it is that we're going through. And then it'll ease off.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he goes on to say that, I think Luos need to educate Kenyans about this strange culture. It was strange and terrifying. God has already given you an air that is Babu, to follow and give Baba respectful send-off. All right. Gypsy anauliza, this is why, Arodha anasema, this is why you can't blame the police officers tear gassing. Would they have destroyed the grave of their immediate relatives? Oh, that's a question. Would they have destroyed it? Of course, I don't think they would have. But anyway.
Remember, the question that people are asking, we all start from a certain perspective and an understanding of how an event such as this one should actually pan out. Okay? So when somebody gives an opinion, the lenses through which they're looking at this is what they already know, what they've experienced, and most of what they expect.
Yeah.
And it probably differs wildly from what they have seen, what they know, what they expect.
Yeah.
So again, it's a period when people will say things, they will ask things. Remember, many of them are not coming from a position that is meant to be negative. It is from their understanding and from what they're seeing. It differs so absolutely widely from what they know. They're still wondering, what on earth am I seeing?
Then there's my take 2.0 who says, you do realize some people before Baba's demise had already been celebrating about such an outcome on social media and making all manner of very disgusting insults and jokes. Yeah, true. I mean,
yes, they were.
We know, and we saw them. Atika Sinana Sema City, there are people who have an innate dislike for Luos and look for any opportunity to express it, even under the guise of espousing decorum.
He has a point.
Yes, he does.
He has a point because, again, if you look at the things that people have had to say about Raila over time, you read and you wonder, kwani, why? Nikali? Yes. But again, African tradition, when somebody passes away, during the mourning period, it isn't a period for you to unleash all the vitriol that you have in your arsenal. That is not considered the time. But some people think it is the time. Well.
Njuki Mungai City, the Sage and Mbuvi, the Millennial. Good morning, gang. Well, good morning to you too, Njuki. Atticus anasema, I agree, City. The same people who prayed for Ruto to be in State House are now the biggest complainers. The irony. John Mutu amesema amesikia kicheko chako. Amesema nimesikia nikiwa far City amecheka. He makes me proud. I will make food specifically for City.
Thank you.
Right. This is the chef in Qatar.
Usijali, Qatar simbali ni hapa tu.
Si inaweza tumeendeshwa pia na ndege.
Yes, ndio bwana.
And isn't it strange they only noticed Ruto was bad when Gachagua was impeached? Before then everything was okay. This is Atticus. Okay. King Dave Lubale anasema Baba left his spirit in two people. The only two people who graduated in Baba's classes are Babu and Sufuna. All right. Thank you, guys. Keep on sending your messages, of course. We shall check them out as we move on. You can also find us on the other socials. That is at Radio Gen KE on Twitter. I will never stop calling it Twitter.
It'll take time.
Yeah.
I have come around to calling it X every once in a while.
It's actually been years since it was changed to X, but I can't help it, guys. I'm sorry.
It was Twitter for a long time.
Yeah. But you can find us on X. That is at Radio Gen KE.
It's like Raila Odinga way.
Yeah.
I still call it Mbagadi.
Me too.
Then remember, too. No, it's called Raila Odinga way.
Yep. Yes. Yeah. Because for a very long time, like you've said it. All right. So keep on sending your messages. We shall read them as we move on with the day. Right now, though, I want to tell you about the traffic situation in Nairobi. But I can assure you, today is a public holiday. Ni Mashujaa Day, in case you had forgotten. In case you're waking up right now and preparing yourself to go to work, please kindly stop, unless you're an essential service provider, like myself and CT. Just go back to bed, relax, enjoy yourself. Ni nimepita ile place tena, watu wamejazana hivi. And from the look of things, they will continue. It's like inaitwa aluta squeeze, Aluta is where you continue. Sioni wakiacha anytime soon.
Continue is a continue.
Exactly. Wata aluta continue. Wacha tuangalie barabara inakaa namna gani.
Traffic.
So, I'm looking at the roads of Nairobi right now. They're looking quite empty. That means you guys are moving quite well. In case you want to move around, just know that you can move around freely. Hakuna traffic hata kidogo. Traffic lights zinafanya kazi vizuri. Kwa sababu nasema hivyo ni kwa sababu naona karibu na roundabouts na where we have intersections, a little bit of traffic there. That means that you guys are giving each other way, which is a good thing. But beyond that, everything is A-okay. Also moving all the way to Mombasa County, something similar as far as the traffic situation is concerned. Nothing to complain about. I'm more interested in a place called Kitui because leo kuna ile kitu inaitwa Mashujaa Day celebrations na zinafanyika mahali panaitwa Idhokwe. My grandmother was born at that place called Idhokwe. There's a landing strip there for aeroplanes, looking quite fantastic. So I'm looking at the map, absolutely no traffic whatsoever to report. But if you see anything on the roads, please highlight a brother.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
Yep, that's about traffic. Today the president is going to be at Kitui, that Ithokwe Stadium, to celebrate Mashujaa Day. You remember something we read in the papers the other day about some of these fellows who will be given state commendations. I wonder if that is still going to happen after what wali zusha sana.
I don't know. So I'll wait and see.
Yeah. Kuna kitu hapo nimesoma lakini ndaisoma baadaye. Nilikuwa kuangalia, there's one thing I wanted to read about the funeral yesterday of Raila Odinga. It's explaining the gun salute and last post in state funerals. He was given a 17 gun salute. Kibaki and Moi were given a 19 gun salute. But full generals such as Ogola were given a 21 gun salute.
Yes.
Yeah, so let me see why the former Prime Minister was given a 17 gun salute. Former Prime Minister Raila Odinga was given a 17 gun salute and the ceremonial last post by the Kenya Defence Forces in a dignified farewell at Kangoka Jaramogi in Bondo, Siaya County. The thunder of the guns echoed across the area, symbolizing the nation's gratitude for his decades of service to democracy, justice, and the people of Kenya. Shortly afterwards, a lone burglar performed the last...
Bugle.
It's bugle.
Bugle.
Bugler.
Bugle.
Okay. It has an R at the end.
Yes, bugler as in the person ambaye alikuwa anapiga turumbeta.
So it's actually bugler. So
yes.
Okay. A lone bugler performed the last post, the military tradition marking the end of a soldier's duty. Those honors were carried out under a presidential directive issued by William Ruto following Odinga's death. The proclamation mandated that the veteran opposition leader and statesman receive a state funeral with full national and military honors reflecting his remarkable contribution to Kenya. Odinga led office as the country's second prime minister from 2008 to 2013. So, so here is about the gun salute. A gun salute is a ceremonial firing of artillery or rifles. Its roots trace back to naval traditions.
Yes.
So why he was given 17, I explain you here. Typically associated with the funerals of heads of states or senior leaders, the number of rounds fired corresponds to rank or status, with a 21 gun salute being the highest honor. Okay, so we can assume the reason why, until we of course get to know exactly when he was given a 17 and not a 19 or 21, is because I think for him he was a civilian, and that's why he got the 17 gun salute as opposed to the 19 or 21. I think that it's safe to say that that's the reason. 17 gun salute for the former prime minister. All right, let's check out what's happening on the Standard this morning. Our Shujaa always. A couple of messages there coming from the different people. I can see there's one here from Raila's grandchild called Safi. I'm devastated that my cheerleader Raila Odinga is no more. We are just not burying a man, we are burying a legend. Then Aido Odinga said, Raila was not just an engineer, he was a political engineer. As his wife, I learned not to inherit his political enemies. If I had a chance to marry, I would marry him again. Then Kisumu Governor Nyang' Nyong'o, goodbye, Baba of ODM, a father who ensured that every government coming in was offering the best services to the people. Rosemary Odinga, the daughter, because my father worked with others, our family will continue working with others in his honor. Raila became a headache for corrupt elites. This is Emily Oginga, Raila's sister. And then the president, William Ruto, said, many political commentators said Raila's death is a big blow to Ruto. Yes, it is a big blow. I'm very proud that Raila is resting when a man he mentored is the president of Kenya. As the people's president, Raila Odinga deserved the honor given to heads of states. I think, and this is just a personal opinion, I am glad that Raila and Ruto were friends in the end.
Why?
Because it would have been bad had they wangekuwa bado wamekosana malumbano. Unakumbuka kuna majina waliitana hapo in the previous years.
Watu wanaitanaga hizo majina kwa siasa, bro.
Ni kweli? But I'm just saying, I'm glad that it ended this way for the both of them, for the two of them.
Actually, for the country.
And for the country, for sure, yes. Because I can't imagine how this funeral would have happened with the president being in Bondo had he not been friends with the late former prime minister. To be honest, I can't imagine how it would have been for him. Yeah. But I am glad. Okay. Huku nyuma wanasema hivi, hata ni kama hakuna sports, remembered forever. A couple of people obviously also captioned here. We have Wiper leader Kalonzo Musyoka. We never got to Canaan. You have been to the mountaintop. You have seen the promised land, but we have to get there on your behalf. The tears and pain of a stolen election will not be in vain. Chacha Mwita, CEO of Standard Group, has said, for press freedom and in deep personal gratitude for securing our release from Mazingira House, where we were held without change or charge, and so much more, you are our true hero, a steadfast flame of freedom. Rest well, Raila. Then we have CS Oparanya. Raila amenifunza mambo matatu. Ya kwanza, lazima awe na mwananchi. Ya pili, Raila was a very peaceful person. Ya mwisho, aliniambia don't burn bridges and there are no permanent enemies in politics.
Who said that?
This is CS Oparanya. That is why I decided to take you to Ruto's government. Tutaendelea kukaa kwa serikali ya Ruto. And this was actually echoed by every other politician who stood up to speak. Yes? Apart from Kalonzo, of course. We had Ali Hassan Joho saying pia yeye atakaa pale. John Badi pia akasema atakaa pale. Junet Mohamed pia tutakaa pale, tutafanya kazi na Ruto. Then there was who else? A couple of them who spoke. They said we are here to stay with the broad-based government. When do we let up? Not to honor your wishes by continuing to stay here. Yeah.
You know, the thing about our politics, it is important to hear what people say.
Yep. A couple of people who are missing in action, Gachagua, former deputy president, Gideon Moi, former senator for Baringo, who else? Huyu jamaa anaitwa nani? Huyu former president wa US, Barack Obama. Alituma condolence zake, was it on Saturday, was it on Friday? Then what the netizens were saying is that the reason why he gave that condolence message is because they had bombarded his social media accounts, which actually is true. But not the reason why he did it. He was probably going to do it with or without the bombardment, but people went to his social media. Wakenya wakimwambia, you gotta say something about Baba. So he sent a message, but people were like, yeah, ni sisi tumefanya andika. Kama sisi angeandika. I have a feeling he would have written it regardless of whether people went to his social media or not.
You know, the thing about politicians, as I said, there is what they say, and there's the history of what we've seen them do. So you listen to what they say, yes, but do not lose sight of what it is that you've seen them do. What is the history of their deeds?
Yeah.
Because that is what now tells you exactly the sort of person that you're dealing with. It is respectful to say the things they did, and that is the right thing to do.
Yes.
A period of mourning is supposed to indicate a period of transition. And a time when you make peace, a time when you set right things which were wrong.
Yeah.
It gives you an opportunity to reset. And it's important that we reset because we are in a fairly precarious situation as Kenyans right now.
Oh, yes, we are.
And the utterances that are made are utterances that must help unify the people of this country. It does not mean that by unifying, you do not point out to things which are wrong.
Yeah.
No. What it means is you do not go ham and tongs at someone to the point where you even fabricate the things you're saying, or you fail to balance your conversation when you're looking at the situation that we have.
Yeah.
There are things that will be said which will burn. There are things that will say which will be incendiary.
Yes.
There are things which we say which will placate people and bring about peace. This is that period when we want to look for ways of bringing about as much calm and as much peace as possible. Why? So that even when you're discussing political issues, it's with a background of reconciliation, and you're speaking from that perspective.
Yeah.
Not the combative, let it burn sort of like conversation that sometimes our politicians are known to have.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Because, my friend, you live here. And the thing you may want to set off, or it may catch up with you as well.
Did you see what people said, or rather did, at the Kenya-Tanzania border? So John Heche, a politician in Tanzania, leader of Chadema, I think he's the deputy leader.
John H.
Yes. Mi namuita Heche.
Heche. Oh, mimi nilikuwa nafikiri umesema H. So I'm thinking, okay.
Anajulikana kama John Wegesa Heche, a Tanzanian politician. He's a senior member of the opposition party Chadema and has been known for his outspoken stance on matters opposition in Tanzania. He came and was detained, barricaded, stopped, halted at the Kenya-Tanzania border
by
police officers from Tanzania. The border.
Oh, it's the security.
Yes. At the Tanzania side.
Where Arusha, Migori, where?
Wacha nitakwambia ni wapi haswa. Isibania.
Yeah, that's Migori County.
Yes. So jamaa alikuja pale, Tanzania wakamzuia kuvuka. They took his passport and he was like, guys, I'm heading towards the burial of a fellow Pan-Africanist, a statesman, and da. So what's the issue? So there's a video clip I actually watched of him having an exchange with the officers at the border, and he was telling them, "Sasa mnaambia watu wanichape sababu gani? Nimefanya nini mimi? Mnachukua passport yangu da." So he was just explaining and expressing his disappointment and his stress over the issue. Wakenya ni akina nani? Wakajitokeza pale kwa border. They had to let that guy through. And Kenyans escorted him to what is it called? Raila's home, I think. Yes. Wali kuja pale, it was a spectacle. And you know Kenyans and they are chanting,
Wajua, again, same thing.
Wakaanza kuzusha one time ya huko.
Yes. Sasa wajua sasa ndio hivyo basi. Sasa waona.
Right.
What you've said is what was replicated en masse at Mamboleo Stadium. You know, I've been trying to understand some of the things you're saying because I did watch some of these proceedings myself.
Yes.
And I was watching, trying to understand what it is that gets people to do the things that they do.
Yes.
And I realized this didn't begin with what was televised during the many times when we had protests in the city. It began a lot earlier. When you have an entire community whose ethos and way of thinking can be summarized by one word, resist. And it becomes just the way people think, just the way they go about their business. But this is something that is, should we say, built, strengthened over a long period of time. You see, in the absence of that fanatical support, Raila Odinga would not have been Raila Odinga.
It's very true. Very true.
That support wasn't logical. So why do we think that his burial and the support base was going to be logical? people have said everything and anything that you could think of. People who are inclined towards analyzing situation in the most derogatory way possible have done so about the region and the following Raila. See, let me give you perspective.
Yeah.
Those crowds you saw in Kisumu were not just Luas, my friend. No. That entire region and the support base that he has, that entire region descended in Kisumu. And they had no other business.
Let me tell you, if I were a leader in Kisumu at that time, I would be very jealous. I would be very the kind of love that Raila received yesterday, and actually since his passing, and the kind of love he has been receiving anyway, all through his life, from the people that actually believed in him and voted for him every time that he went to the ballot. I don't believe there's any other leader who currently, who is alive. Perhaps there shall be one in the future, but one who is alive today, I don't think they will ever receive that kind of love.
No, they won't.
There is not a single person who's coming to mind right now, and I could be wrong, but I do not see a single politician who can receive the kind of love that Raila received yesterday and the days past. Ile watu wanakuja, wanatembea na wewe, wanapiga malaini pale for hours, whether it's raining, whether it's shining, they are standing there waiting to view that body. And when they get there, you can literally see people broken. Forget the drama actors and the
weka hiyo kando.
Hiyo tumewatoa hata tumewasahau, and they are a very small lot out of the millions of people that we saw over the last couple of days. Genuine people, genuine tears, genuine love. The folks that were passing out, forget the ones that we know, forget the celebrities that we know that were passing out. There are those individuals, genuinely unaona yule ameanguka, amefaint, and the paramedics have to rush there and help this person. I do not see a leader today receiving that kind of love.
No, we don't have such a leader.
Yeah.
We don't. You see, what is lost in conversation sometimes is how that what we are discussing and what to me is still puzzling. I see it. Can speak to what I understand now. That thing was built over a very long period of time, but it is what the person and what is represented. Those people, this individual represented there's something that person represented for them.
Yeah.
Many of them had never met him. They probably have seen him, but he represented something.
That kind of love, I think if Raila had one, and someone mentioned on this show, I can't remember who it was, someone said that Raila literally had the power to make or break this country. Had he just told those fans that we're talking about, Ratanwete fans, had he told them, pick up arms, go to the streets, take over parliament, take over state house, take over do this, they would have done it, and he wouldn't have had to pay anyone a single coin. They would have laid their lives for him. That's me. Even if niliona, tumekuwa tukisikia tu, unajua Raila can do Raila. If he had actually decided one time, aambie watu endeni pale kwa barabara na mfunge na mfanye na mwingie na mchukue na wangefanya.
My friend, it was demonstrated when he told people not to go to work, remember?
Oh yeah.
And people didn't go to work.
Actually, the ones that he told not to go to work, both his fans and enemies didn't go to work. He's the only person who could declare public holiday, and he wasn't a president. He wasn't even a prime minister. He wasn't even an MP. He was just Raila Amolo Odinga.
He was, yes.
Alisema tu kesho hakuna kazi na by the way kuko na kazi. And he said that, jana hapa tunapatiangwa like days of notice, mnaambiwa on Saturday public holiday.
Yeah, leo kesho.
Yeye ni anasema usiku asubuhi amwendi kazi.
Na watu wakwenda.
And that's why I'm saying that he had someone, when that person, I can't remember if it was Arnold or I can't, but someone said it on this. He said that guy had the power to literally ban this country. Had he had the ego, and I'm actually thinking there are some people in leadership today, if they had that kind of power, they would ban this country without thinking twice.
You see, to understand the manifestation of what you're saying, let's go to 2002. Kibaki anatosha, Kibaki tosha, that one.
Yes.
People say,
Peke
okay,
yake.
sawa.
And Kibaki became president.
So umesema? Okay, sawa.
Let's do this.
Yes. Meaning, at that moment in history, at that particular point, he had the power to determine a certain direction.
Yeah.
And it looks like that power never really went away, did it?
Oh, it didn't. Because look at him. He, even in death, he gave us an equivalent to Easter holiday.
You know, there's something very odd about
Yeah.
the life and times of Raila. It introduces a discussion that is extremely unique. Remember I was telling you about the person who was the unifier of Yugoslavia, brought all those communities, Croatia, Slovenia, all those people, brought them together. His funeral was something almost similar to Raila's.
Yeah.
On the day of his birth, 700,000 people.
Yeah.
From streets, as we say, Namnai. Okay? He was loved.
Yeah.
If you look at everything that person represented, these are people who swam against the tide successfully. Barriers were put before them, and things which were declared impossible, they seemed to make it possible. It was considered that the Moi presidency could not be moved. He dismantled it when he moved out with all those people. That was like the death knell of Kanu. It was not seen as possible that Luos would ever vote in a Kikuyu president.
Yes.
They did.
They did.
They did.
Yeah.
They did. Moving an entire support base in a certain direction. There is no handshake that Raila had that was supported by everybody. No. 2008, there are people who did not want that handshake.
Yeah.
2013, there are people who said, what on earth do you want shaking hands? At every point. But did his popularity wax? It waxed a little bit, even waned a little bit. But somehow, as we go towards an election, it peaked. The person who, when you look at, had similar credentials was Barack Obama.
Yeah.
A one-term senator, for heaven's sake.
And
One term.
And another Luo.
Oh, there's that little detail, isn't it?
There's that connection,
There's that little detail,
yes,
isn't it?
Yes, yes.
And you look at the guy and the impossible. He's black. Okay? One-term senator, surely. And for some reason, he wins. And then he wins a second term, and you're thinking, what? You know, this current president isn't any different.
Yeah.
The Hague, here, an inductee, they overcome that one. It is assumed in this country that when deep state supports you, it's a sure thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
He overcomes that, he's a president. Then the very things that we said could not happen, and this is now the thread that connects Raila to all these. There's a handshake where people did not see there would be a handshake. And again, people say, what on earth are you shaking? Why? In history, there are people like that. People who overcome they're not many.
Yeah.
And they don't come every day. But there are people who, the very things you say cannot be done, for some reason they're able to do it. But what is forgotten in the narrative and the history is the pain and the difficulties they had to overcome to get to where they were. And there are people who spend their time just diluting that history to make it appear like it is a normal thing. There's nothing normal about it.
Yeah.
No. There's absolutely nothing normal about it.
You know, it's interesting we're talking about Luos. But before I mention what I wanted to mention about those Luos, I saw someone, there was a video, and it's doing on runs online, of this naked man. He's a pillion passenger on a piki. I think he was a Mona, uko side za Bondo. Have you seen that video?
No, I haven't.
When I say naked, I mean stark naked. He's in his birthday suit, and he was he was a pillion passenger, seated there, just riding, and he was also taking videos. People were taking videos of him, and it looked like a very normal situation. You know, I can't imagine doing that in the middle of Kitui County, where I come from.
You know, it's
First
odd.
of all, I will be nitatandikwa properly.
I find it odd. So
Yes.
do not assume that this is something that I find normal.
Or it doesn't happen in Bondo kawaida.
I don't come from Bondo, but I do not think it is normal. There's nothing normal about it.
Yeah.
Okay, people figured, okay, he's mourning.
Yes.
Okay, there is somebody who was elected as an MP for Kisumu town. He had been an MC, I think, in Siaya.
Yeah.
The thing that made him stand out,
Yes.
he chained himself to a post or something naked.
Right. Oh,
Yes.
that's how he became popular and got elected.
For some reason, that nakedness contributed significantly to his being elected. It
So-
is said that the women found him particularly,
Interesting.
yes, and somebody who could be elected.
Okay.
It is said.
Right.
But he actually did become a one-term MP.
Okay.
Yes.
So they didn't elect him a second time, or he didn't run a second time?
Let's put it this way.
Yeah.
He was a one-term MP.
Okay.
Yes.
At the very least, that one we know.
Yes. The details of the second one, he was a one-term MP.
So I think Luos need to be studied, and not because of this one who was on the piki. Forget the piki one, eh?
One person is naked.
Yeah.
We don't even know whether he was a Luo or not.
He could have been a kisi, but
He could have been a Kamba. So,
he could have been a Kamba.
but
Yeah.
the point you make
Yeah.
is a valid one. You know why?
Yeah.
All our communities have curious things that they do. And when I say they, it's not a collective activity. But you find a member of that community stands out and does it. If we were curious, instead of condemning and judgmental, it would make for us an interesting study, and we'd get to understand each other a little better. Yes.
The reason I'm saying Luos need to be studied is because the kind of you know, there are some leaders that come from that area. Unapata yani mapenzi ni mingi sana. Jaramogi, for instance,
Yes.
father of Raila, loved, very much loved.
In fact, it's almost fanatical.
Exactly. Then there's his son, Raila Amolo Odinga, who we buried yesterday, also very much loved. And you can see the kind of following that he had. I remember during Fidel's burial, were people there because of Fidel, or were they there because of Baba? I will never know.
Everything.
Maybe because of both.
Everything.
Then there is Babu Owino. Babu Owino bwana, jamaa for the last few days amekuwa kitokezea
He fascinates you.
making public appearances. You can see the kind of love that he is getting from the people, and I'm asking myself, you know, we also have people who are loved out there from other communities, but they don't receive that kind of fanatism, if I may call it that. Take a good example, President Uhuru Kenyatta. President Uhuru Kenyatta, widely loved in the mountain region, and he will appear, people will cheer, clap for him, but that's that. They will even give him way when he wants to walk into the crowd, get into his vehicle, leave. That's that. Gachagua, something similar. Watu watakuwa pale, story ishe. Kalonzo Musyoka, even when he comes to Ukambani, sometimes, he's moving just him and a very small entourage, but people are not thronging him and, barricading and storming, and we can see him zile okay, niaje buda uko fiti, good stuff. And that's that. But for Luos, I don't know. Ni nini mnatumianga? And this one I'm asking as Paul Mung'ala Mbuvi.
Continue with the study. I am certain, Paul,
Yes.
that you'll arrive at some understanding. And you're asking the right question. What sort of people are these?
I wasn't alive when we lost Tom Mboya, or when he was active in politics.
Yes.
But from what I understand, he had a similar love, similar following, similar. Ni nini Wajaluo wanakuanga nayo watu wengine hawana?
Wako nayo?
No.
It's the expression of what we have that you're speaking of.
Yeah.
It's how we express ourselves. Yes. People show love. Among your people, when they say dole, that's how they've expressed it. That's how they express it. Okay? Some people, that's how they express it.
Yeah.
Sisi.
Mnakuja mnaangukia mtu mnamshika. You want to kidnap this
but
person?
also, our neighbors, the Luyas, not very different.
No. I have not seen Wetangula or Mudavadi receive that kind of...
No.
Unless I'm the one who's usually not...
No, that's them. But I'm telling you, they're equally expressive. Do not be fooled.
And I'm not talking about
the leaders you speak of,
right,
do not garner that sort of emotion that you're speaking of.
Mention one person who gets that kind of love, because I want to probably even go study.
In the time when Raila Odinga has been the icon or the measure, the standard of measure for politics in that region, unfortunately nobody came close. But let's sit and observe. I'm certain you'll come across such people.
Let's do the news. When we return, of course, the conversation continues on the People's Breakfast.
It's 7:01.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I am Patricia Wayua. The late ODM chief Raila Odinga was laid to rest at his home in Kango, Kajaramogi on Sunday, marking a final send-off for the late political icon. Leaders and family paid tribute to him, calling for the emulation of the legacy he left behind. President William Ruto joined thousands of mourners in Bondo to pay his final respects to Raila, praising him as a statesman, mentor, and a patriot whose legacy would endure in Kenya's democratic history.
As Mama Aida has said, Raila Odinga was not just an engineer. He was a political engineer. And I can say here, among his many students in the class of political engineering was yours truly, William Ruto. And I am very proud today that Raila Amolo Odinga is being rested when one of his own students, a man he has mentored, is today the president of Kenya. Mimi nataka niseme hivi, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
Meanwhile, former President Uhuru Kenyatta paid a glowing tribute to the late former Prime Minister, describing him as a fearless defender of peace, democracy, and human rights. Uhuru Kenyatta added that he'll miss Raila greatly.
We shall miss you as a friend, a brother, and a leader of this nation. We shall miss your insights, we shall miss your thoughtfulness, we shall miss your wisdom, and we shall miss your laughter. Your deeds will live long, as I said, and we will remember, and I pray we remember those deeds in the actions that we shall live, emulating our friend and brother. So fare thee well, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga.
President William Ruto has pledged his support for the Orange Democratic Movement. He hinted at a possible coalition between his United Democratic Alliance and ODM ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking during the state funeral of veteran opposition leader Raila Odinga at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology in Bondo, Siaya County, President Ruto said he is committed to preserving Raila's political legacy.
The future of ODM, the strength of ODM, the well-being of ODM matters a great deal to me, because that is how we are going to have a strong nation, by having strong, vibrant, national political parties. Kwa hivyo wana ODM, ile kitu mimi nataka niwahakikishie, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu, ODM will either form the next government or be part of the next government.
Senegalese President Bassirou Faye has arrived in Kenya ahead of the Mashujaa Day celebrations today in Kitui County. Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Mvurya received Faye at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on Sunday afternoon. In addition to participating in the national celebrations, Faye is also set to undertake a state visit aimed at strengthening bilateral relations between Kenya and Senegal. The Israeli military has said it will resume enforcement of the ceasefire in Gaza after launching airstrikes on Sunday in response to what it called a blatant violation of the deal by Hamas. Strikes began in southern Gaza after the Israeli military said terrorists fired an anti-tank missile and gunfire towards its troops in Rafah, killing 2 soldiers. Hamas said it was unaware of any clashes in the area under Israeli control. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I am Patricia Wayua.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning and welcome back to Radio Generation, the People's Breakfast. It is now 6 minutes past 7 o'clock. In Nairobi, we're on 88.8 FM. Mombasa, it's 90.7. We do welcome you also to watch us live on rdk.co.ke and on YouTube as well at Radio Generation Kenya. In the next couple of minutes, we're going to be talking about youth tech development and the role of community engagement. With us in studio, it's Mahmoud Noor. He is the founder and chief mentor Swahili Port Hub Foundation. Noor, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Asante na nafurahi. I hope mimi ni among the few watu wa Mombasa ambao wamefika hapa.
Actually, naweza sema yeye ndio wa kwanza, sivyo? Kutoka Mombasa.
Hata kama sio wa kwanza, at least baadhi ya wale wa kwanza.
Baadhi ya wale wa kwanza for sure.
Ndio.
Karibu sana.
Asante sana.
Maybe perhaps you can let us know a little bit about Swahili Port Hub Foundation for those who are hearing it for the first time.
Yeah. Mwanzo kwa sababu nimeingia tu jana usiku.
Naam.
Mwanzo ni kupatiana rambirambi zangu kwa baba na mta baba wa taifa Raila Odinga, kwa wafuasi wake, kwa sisi sote ambayo tumeshirikiana naye, na pia kwa kutambua umuhimu na ile mahali ambaye ile mchango ambaye alitupatia sisi kama Wakenya. So nafikiri mwanzo ni kupeana hiyo rambirambi kwa Wakenya wote na watu wote ambao wanatusikiza. Pili, Swahili Port Hub ni sehemu ama space ambayo tume create kwa ajili ya vijana. Nilipoianza Swahili Port Hub, ilikuwa ni pale nilienda Mombasa kwa ajili ya kuweka ile undersea fiber optic cable. Watu wengi kwa sasa hawaoni umuhimu wake, yani hawajui, wanaichukulia for granted.
Kweli?
But ukimuuliza CT hapa atakuelezea. Before 2009 ilikuwa ni vipi kupata internet connectivity.
Naam.
Hiyo wakati ilikuwa karibu $5,000 kwa 1 meg kwa mwezi. So that is what took me to Mombasa.
Right.
Na nilipokuwa Mombasa, kuna baadhi ya vijana ambaye nilianza kuingiliana na wao, wakawa wako iHub, and then they reached out wakaniambia wana shida ya internet.
iHub hapa Nairobi.
Hii iHub moja hapa. Because ni baadhi ya wale vijana ambaye nili-encourage waje waangalie what's happening at the cable station pale Mombasa.
Naam.
So ndio nikachukua ile fursa kuconvince board ya Seacom tupatie hubs internet connectivity, because iHub ilikuwa ina play role muhimu sana. So tulipatia iHub, Nilab, Nairobi Garage, MLab na Outbox Kampala.
Naam.
Free internet. Nafikiri tuliwa save almost $10,000 a month kwa ile capacity tulikuwa tunawapatia. Na hata tulikuwa nyumbani kwake Bitange juzi Brussels. So hata nilikuwa namkumbusha Ambassador Bitange, yes.
Naam.
Nilikuwa namkumbusha because kuna baadhi ya wale tulikuwa na wao wanauliza kuhusu Swahili Port. Nikamwambia in fact tulipokuwa tunafungua Nairobi Garage niliuliza pale Bitange alikuweko. Kwa nini tuna concentrate kila kitu Nairobi na cable ina land Mombasa? Kwa nini hubs ziko Nairobi na hakuna yoyote Mombasa? So ndio nikasema badala ya kuuliza maswali kwa nini mimi nisifanye kitu. Ndio pale nikatafuta, kulikuwa na building ambayo iko pale imewachiliwa. Nikaomba National Museums wakatupatia, then we started it kama tech hub. Baadaye tukaona athari yake si vile tulitarajia, kwa sababu ukisema technology watu wengi wanaitoroka. So tukasema then kwa nini tusifanye technology na usanii na arts. Arts ambayo iko na visual, spoken word, acting, music, na pale namba ikasaji. So kutoka hiyo siku ni space ambayo tumecreate kwa vijana kuja kushauriana, kukutana, kuweza kupata mwanzo mtandao. Ukiwa una ushauri wa biashara, utapata wenzako ambayo mnaweza kujadiliana. Unataka mentors ambayo nafikiri program kubwa ambayo tunafanya ni ya mentorship. In fact katika hiyo mentorship program saa hizi tumefikia vijana 9,000, na nikisema vijana ni both wa kike na wa kiume, between Kwale, Kilifi na Mombasa. Na tuko na kufanya hii kazi tuko na around 150 mentors. So kuna aim yetu kubwa ni kumpa kijana space, aje pale awe na mtu wa kumwelekeza ili aweze kujitambua, and then baada ya hapo kumwelekeza wewe unaweza kufanya teknolojia, unaweza kufanya biashara, unaweza kuwa connected kwa kazi, unataka skills fulani. So hiyo ndio sababu kuu, hiyo ndio Swahili Pot Hub kwa ufupi. Naam.
And it's interesting because especially when you mentioned the fact that these hubs will host people that have got diverse talents.
Yes,
that is what I've noticed also at iHub. I used to frequent iHub when it was also starting back in the early 2000s. I also used to visit, or rather not used to visit, but I know of Nairobi Garage that also has that kind of output. So that tells us that you cannot really separate the youth from their talents. So you can give them all the internet you want for sure, but you really cannot separate them from also the other things that they like. For example, spoken word, music, and other forms of art.
And interestingly, man is creative.
Right.
Personally, huwa sipendi kuongea kuhusu youth. Na huwa namwambia City Muga, huwa naongea kuhusu Kenya. Kwa sababu Kenya ni nchi changa. Ikiwa 75% wako chini ya miaka 35. So actually hata tunafaa tusisahau zote. Tunajua ukisema youth ni kama unawatenga. Afadhali tuseme wa Kenya, because wa Kenya ni watu ndio ma youth. So they are creative in nature. Man is very creative.
Very creative.
And the interesting thing, when we brought art ndani, even the quality of the innovations became better. Because when I'm a technical man, yes, we have solutions. Ama tunasema tunaweza fanya hivi na hivi na hivi. But when we had hackathons, and then we incorporated all kinds of people, including creatives,
right?
The what was coming out of those hackathons were far much better. So you can't separate ile creativity. Ukizunguka ulimwengu mzima, angalia wale watu ambao wanaketi na kufikiria na ubunifu, and then sasa hizi unafaa uzicombine na wale ambao tuseme wamesomea mambo mengine tofauti. Then happen ndio tuko na solutions. So by nature, man is a creative person. You just need to give him the right environment, the right tools, and the right motivation. And I think that's what we try to do, to give in these spaces.
Are you collaborating with the government, whether national or county government, in any way whatsoever?
You can't work without government. Government is important. Like the land where we are operating from, that one is government land. And then there are so many things that government also is doing. And
such
one,
as?
For example, they have a very ambitious program to have hubs in all the 14 something wards in the country. So it means they have put in money. Now it runs into billions to set up similar hubs. At Swahili Pot, we believe we cannot operate alone, but we can operate within an ecosystem. So one of the things that we have done, we know the MPs wamepewa hii budget kufanya hii kazi. Na kwa mfano tumecollaborate vizuri sana na kama mbunge wa Mvita, because alikuja akaona what we are doing, na akatuomba twende tushirikiane kuset up a similar model, because pesa ako nayo na space ako nayo. So now
jina lake
anaitwa Honorable Machele, yule mbunge wa Mvita. So ameanza na 50 computers. So the programs that we are doing, yeye pia anazifanya pale. na ni hawa vijana wetu wameshirikiana naye kuifanya. Sasa then it makes our work easier because you don't have to walk all the way to city na probably wewe unajua mpaka pale karibu Fort Jesus, but sasa ile ni Arjingala. So mtu wa Kachonjo, mtu wa Chuda inakuwa ni karibu. Hata ukitoka Changamwe pale ni karibu zaidi. So ameanza programs kama juzi tulienda tumefanya graduation ya almost 200 of them. Wanapata digital literacy. With the digital literacy kuna wale wanapata pesa online. Na watu wengine wanaichukulia kama mzaha. But at the same time pia sio rahisi. Because ukimwambia mtu kuna dola unapata online, wengi wanakuja wakifikiri watapata dola haraka. But inataka consistency, inataka ubuild profile, inataka ujue unataka nini, ambayo inaweza kuchukua hata mwaka mzima kubuild a very good profile. That you start
before you start earning. Maybe on that point of these profiles, what exactly are they doing to earn money? Are they doing remote jobs? And if it's remote jobs, what kind of remote jobs are they doing? Are they creating software? Are they creating programs? What exactly are they doing to earn them this money?
I think there are all kinds of jobs, and these things did not start today. I'll give you my example. In 2000, I was using Upwork, which was then called elance.com.
I know about Upwork actually.
Yes. So actually kazi nyingi ziko Upwork. Kuna millions of jobs. And jobs zile zinakuwa posted ni from the simplest. Kuna mtu anataka tu utranscribe whatever anasema iwe typed, although squeezy AI inafanya hiyo. Imeiba hiyo. So you also need to use AI.
But it depends. There are some languages you can still transcribe,
Yes. And then kuna graphic, maybe unataka tu a simple design. Kuna wale wanataka a certain proposal, nataka we refine vizuri. Kuna complicated work ambayo ni architectural. Mimi in 2000 that time I was lucky, nilikuwa nafanya biashara pia. So one of the jobs that I was doing, which I saw as an opportunity, was to create websites for corporates. So nilikuwa natafuta wale wana code, walikuwa wachache sana. Probably walikuwa wanajulikana maybe watu 10, 15. So unampatia mtu kazi na huku commit from a corporate, then anakuzimia simu ama anapotea.
Oh yeah, that has happened.
So and there were very few of them. So that is how, na unajua necessity is the mother of invention.
Yes.
Ile frustration, that is how I came across elance.com. So and I remember the website for NAC. That's why nasema mtu kama Raila, I admire him. Nili donate website ya kwanza ya NAC. Ile
National Rainbow Coalition.
Ile ya Tosha. We gave them a website. It costed me around $3,000. Mimi na my colleague anaitwa Edwin Bomanyi. That's my business partner.
Yes.
So how did we get these people? Out of frustration ndio tulikuja tukajua Elance. So una post kazi huko. Kama hiyo wakati ya kutengeza website, huku wanakuambia tunatengeza na maybe hiyo $4,000. Elance wanakuambia nitaitengeza na nusu ya hiyo na nitadeliver within a week. Huyu amekwambia atadeliver a month.
Yes.
And since I knew Elance, nilikuwa sasa kazi zangu zote nazipeleka huko.
Okay.
And now Elance has grown, ilibadilishwa into Upwork. It posts millions of jobs. So but for me, why I'm saying the profile is important. Jobs iko kila aina. And I will wish you even go online and just look at it. Uangalie tu zile kazi zimepostiwa saizi. Ni kama tu fundi wako. Fundi wako wa viatu ama fundi wa chochote. Unaenda kwa fundi yupi ikiwa unakaa mtaani Kibra pale? Kuna yule ambaye unaambia ule ukienda atadeliver on time. Atafanya kazi mzuri. Na ndio sababu ni muhimu kutengeza hiyo profile over time. Because ukiwa na watu wengi and then siku hizi kuna online reviews, watu wanapeana good report, umefanya kazi, maybe unaweza anza na pesa ya chini. But once umepewa good reviews na unaendelea, then eventually you build a profile. And then it's easy for you now to earn more, because yule mtu ambaye analipwa $2 kwa kazi fulani, wewe utapewa $10. So and I think that is what we need a lot of Kenyans to realize. That there is no easy money. Umeambia unabonyeza unapata $1, it's not that easy. Ni uende pale uangalie ni fursa gani ambayo yuko, uangalie ni skills gani, na ndio nasema kama serikali kwa kutumia jitume. kuna hiyo online tutorial ambayo inakufunza kupata hizo skills ambazo uende kupata zile kazi. So iko kwa upande wake the ministry imejaribu kufanya kazi, ndio sababu nashirikiana na national government, especially Ministry of ICT through Konza City Museum, kwa sababu ya ile space ambayo ametupatia. County government, we also collaborate with them. At times I say we collaborate strategically. Sio lazima upewe pesa, because mara mingi watu wanafikiri collaboration ni pesa. But there are things that government can unlock that is so important for you to work with them.
True.
Yeah.
Yes, I know you during your time growing up, amko mnajua kitu kama ati online jobs juu hakukuwa na online.
Bro, what online? We didn't even have cell phones.
There was no connectivity.
There was a time when I was much younger.
Yes.
You needed to go through a switchboard to actually be connected to somebody elsewhere.
Yeah.
And you more or less had to time it. It's not as though when you called, you could go through. You'd be told to wait.
Mwanzo unaambiwa DC yako kwa line anaongea.
Hakuna kitu utakaa.
District commissioner.
No.
Yes.
Utangoja. There's no choice. Because there's somebody, it's called a switchboard, who actually connects all these things. It's the same thing we take M-Pesa for granted. Something called a money order. You could send a money order to the nearest post office.
Yes.
But it very much depended on if there were people who had actually deposited money there for it to be sent. Because you have the documentation, money has been sent for you. But they need to have the cash. They actually need to have it for them to pay you.
Yeah.
So if it's a local... So if it's a local post office, they also know who you are. They cannot tell you what to do. We only have half. So why did we give you half? Come back tomorrow. We give you the other half. So that is the era when I was a young person. In fact, even when I left the university around 1981, I used to bank with the post office.
Post bank.
Yes, no. It became post bank later. Yes, but the post office, the postal service had a facility for saving. Okay.
Really?
Yes.
Like kitabu.
There was a book, so as very good. So even as you deposit your money, it was written. You knew.
City Muga.
You knew how much money you had. So there was the service that we refer to now, where money is deposited, you are notified, money is deducted. All these things didn't. Everything was physical. I went to Kenyatta University. It was Kenyatta University College, a constituent college
of University of Nairobi.
Yes. So if I wished to go to the post office, I'd go to Ruiru. So you simply walk, take a bus or a matatu that head that direction. That was the era. Of course, when you started working, you needed to open a bank account.
Yeah.
And the choices we had as civil servants was National Bank, KCB.
Kenya Commercial Bank.
Yeah, there were other banks, yes. But those are the banks you had. So again, you need to understand. And this is a question I've been asked by probably my own children and other people who are younger. So, since you didn't have cell phones, how did you plan to meet? We used to plan in advance.
Days in advance, sometimes even weeks.
Kutane Kenya Cinema saa fulani.
Yes. A week. There were landlines, of course, and you could call. Now, you can imagine if you wanted to call a young lady and the phone is in the father's house.
Alafu unapiga na hii sauti yako uko na base. Hello.
Unangoja usikie nani anashika.
Can I talk to Sally? Baba yake anashangaa, Sally, who are you? But yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right now that technology has really, gotten there. I'm looking at that website you're talking about. This is Upwork.com. This is the one, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember there's a time when I was jobless and I really got into this website and I was looking for a job. I never got one. How people actually manage to get these jobs is beyond me. But yes, so you have here like e-commerce brand operations manager. This is a remote position. They are paying you $3,500. It's a lot of money, eh? There's another one here, virtual mystery shopper. This one is charging, paying you $7. Then we have one here for $50. That is MTI live class video direction. What they do there, I have no idea.
But then for the mystery shoppers, I think at times you'll find a store in the US. Wanakuambia tusaidie reviews. tuandikie reviews mzuri ama hata saa zingine unajua hiyo ni ya urongo but kuna ile genuine wanakuambia try our product and then tuandikie review online.
So they send you this product.
Yes,
it could be a phone, it could be okay.
And they'll pay you.
Of course, for sure.
You know what is underlying here, as Nuru was speaking, is beyond just training you. There's a key component to that whole process. It's called discipline. Because you're then taught to, one, as you acquire the skill, you need to be disciplined to complete it. When you've completed it and you're looking for work, you also need discipline to be able to understand that beyond just knowing that there is such a website, you actually have to be patient, you have to work, you have to find a good fit. Why do I mention the word discipline? Because, my friend, that's the cornerstone of most anything that has to be successful. If there's no element of discipline, that thing will never reach its full potential. Yes.
And no shortcuts.
Yes. Oh, no. The moment discipline comes in, there are no shortcuts. You go through the process, and once you're familiar with it and it's something you then understand, then you see the output. Then you start seeing the benefit.
Right.
Yes.
Just to mention a few more gigs, like there's here a bilingual assistant, someone who can speak both English and Spanish for medical records department. They need you, and they really haven't said how much they'll pay you here, but I guess if you open this portal, you'll get to see. So they have, for some of the skills they require from you is communications, administrative support, and so on and so forth. So, I mean, kazi zipo.
Na sana back office. Na especially now with Trump and what is happening in Europe. Where ukiwa wewe ni mtu mweusi, ni immigrant, you're brown, you're Muslim, wanataka kukufukuza. I think the best thing is to tell our young people, you can still be in the US, but you're working comfortably from here.
Yes.
And we still get their dollars. And then you enjoy life here. Because hakuna haja kwenda mahali ambayo pia you're always watching on your back.
I've actually never been a fan of living in this country. I always tell City that I'm okay where I am here. All right. So in terms of Swahili hub, Swahili
Port
hub, yes. Some of the success stories you can share with us. For instance, how many individuals have been assisted? How many are you currently serving, and so on and so forth?
You see, like one of the key things that we are doing at the moment is the mentorship program. Because we did a survey and asked young people what are the priority things that they need. And the first thing that came on top was mentorship. And mentorship is because they have, the very few of them have the opportunity to be guided by parents, by seniors. So wanajipeleka tu wenyewe. So for us, like the mentorship program ambayo tunasema saizi tumefika around 9,000. These are people who have gone through a structured program ya mentorship between 4 and 6 months. Na tunazifanya katika kule mashinani. Na ndio nasema kwa nini saa zingine ni muhimu kuwa na partners, because we are working with in places where there are no spaces. Kuna machief wako na zile sehemu zao, vijana wanakutana pale. Kuna wakati mwingine ni kwa kanisa, kuna wakati mwingine ni katika sehemu ya dini yoyote, kuna wakati mwingine inafanyika nyumbani. So I think one of the key things is this 9,000 that have gone through the mentorship program. I think 2 months ago I went to visit one session that was happening in Miritini. And I think if there is something that I picked and I was very proud of this project, was there's a young man, alisema, a number of them, that mwanzo when our coach called us, because we're also using some coaches as mentors, we never go for meetings kama hatupewi kitu. So tulikuwa tunamwambia kama hatupatii kitu hatukuji. But now they've realized that si lazima upewe kitu, because ile faida na manufaa ambayo wamepata ni kubwa zaidi. So hata now they are telling other people, I think you need to get into this program. Because kama kuna mahali ambayo pia tuliharibiwa nchi, sijui ni civil society ama sijui ni nani, ile unakutana ukitoka unatoka na basha shilingi 1,000 ama unatoka na 500. So even when you are doing something that will help these people, ikiwa hakuna pesa hatukuji. And ndio
if there is no incentive.
If there is no incentive, but incentive, you must sacrifice. Because what this person, huyu mentor anafanya, anataka kukuelekeza wewe. It's not about him, it's about you. He wants to guide you na kukupatia pathways na kubadilisha ile fikra. And I think one of the key things is to change their mindset. we have a curriculum that we are using, and the first thing that we are doing in the journey of self-discovery. So we change your mindset completely. Then once we change your mindset, now we can tell you, kuna kwa mfano nyota ina 50,000. Kuna program zetu ambazo sisi tumefanya, we were giving 100,000 kwa wale wasanii. But before we give them the 100,000, we first train them. And then we give them the cash, and then we do the follow-up. Kuna wale wanataka kuandikwa kazi, we take them through CV writing, how do you present yourself when you get a job, how do you retain a job. So hizi vitu zote unafanyiwa ni bure. So what other incentive do you want?
Actually, I don't know, there's a particular discipline that I worked in for many years, and I know that if we remove the discussion from the way politics and money has been integrated and cemented in a way of thinking, one of the pillars of the understanding within what we call research ethics is ensuring that the person who participates with you, whether they come for an interview,
Yes.
whether they are there as a research subject, that their time is compensated.
Yes.
So the money that is given because it is understood that even if you are employed in a sector that isn't perhaps regulated,
Maybe even a boda.
we've taken time away
Yes.
where you could have been
Earning.
making a living. Okay? But one of the things that we always struggled with was getting people to understand that we're not paying you. It's not a payment.
It's a compensation.
It's a compensation.
Yeah.
The concept of compensation, and that's where politics comes in. It had muddied those waters.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
whenever somebody comes and the money is given, as far as they're concerned, they're being paid. And if they're participating over a period of time, they will now start asking you for a certificate of employment and say, but you're not employed.
In fact, most of them will come for that money.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
However, I'd also want
Yes.
to contribute to that in terms of sometimes, especially for these young guys who are unemployed,
Yes.
you find that this person is actually quite broke. Chances are they haven't had a meal or two in the last couple of days. And even that bus fare perhaps to come to where this training or meeting is happening.
Yes.
Unapata huyu jamaa bana labda hata alikopa, and I'm saying this because I've been there. You know, where you're told, Mbuvi, come, there's some people I want you to meet, listen to what they have to say, and I'm like, I'm broke, man, Zejo. How do I get to that meeting? So that person that you were talking to anakutumia 500 ndio uweze kufika pale, and then in the process maybe you can even have lunch. So sometimes I'm not excusing the fact that perhaps wanataka kakitu, but sometimes there's a reason as to why they might
so maybe nina contribution on that side.
Yeah, sure.
Kuna circumstances tofauti. And I think we've tried to factor that in. And that's why we've created what we call the Youth Hub Network. We are trying to take these services as closer to you as possible, so that you don't have to come all the way to town. You just walk like 50 meters, 100 meters, and you go for that. And then we're also encouraging the people who are running these sessions. Can you try be flexible? For example, huyu ni bodaboda operator. Hebu mwambie ni wakati gani amehang around, hana kazi nyingi ambayo muketi ili naye aweze kupata ile faida. Kwa sababu my issue is sustainability. This program we wanted to proceed even kesho wakati hatuna any grant. And I also want to inspire other mentors kule mashinani ambayo wako. Kuna watu wana deal na vijana wengi sana. Wao wenyewe wakati wana deal na hawa vijana hata kwake nyumbani hajalipa rent.
Ni kweli?
Yeah. So imagine and I have, for example, I have somebody in mind anaitwa Batistuta. Ambaye nilimuingiza kwa hii program. Batistuta I wish angekuwa anajua angesikiza. I hope anasikiza, anapenda sana radio. Batistuta ako uwanja wa Mbuzi. Batistuta kutoka nimjue since the first time I went to Mombasa. Hata ile uwanja wa Mbuzi imetengezwa kwa ajili yake. Because nakumbuka kuna wakati tulienda tukawa tunavunja mawe kujaribu level tufanye mchezo. But it always has around 100 kids at any one time. Na anakuambia baadhi yao wachache ambayo wameepuka wako katika hizi vipanga. But for him, he spends all the time with these young people. But anafanya nini kimaisha? Ana hawk vitu. Utapata kama pale msikitini Serani, ameweka kofia, mabuyu, nini anauza. Kuna siku aliniita nyumbani kwake. Mimi mwenyewe unaona ile you are a man but unataka kutoka na machozi. Mke wake yuko bedridden in terms of hana limbs zote amekatwa. Akona msichana mwingine the same condition. But this person is always smiling and always serving other people. Na hawa watoto ambao wako na wao anasema nikiwacha hawa watoto mapanga zitakuwa nyingi. So if such people, these are the people that I want to continue with this program, even after we've stopped. We can't put demands on them that whenever you're convening us tupatie chakula. But still this guy akipata 2,000 utapata 500 anadivert anapeleka kwa hawa watoto. Ama hata saa zingine anawacha nyuma family, and then at times he does competition, washindi wanapewa mkate na soda. So and we have a lot of such people doing similar things. And for me, when I pitch this idea of mentors, I did not want people to sema ati mimi sasa ni mentor nimepata kazi. Nataka hawa watu ambao wanafanya extraordinary work mitaani, si wapati pesa mingi. I give them between 15,000 and maybe 25,000. But I feel when I give you this money, it makes your work easier. At least wengi wao, by the way, kwa sababu ya their love for the community, hata haiendi kulipa rent vile ninasema na facilitate, bado anaitumia kwa kuconvene na kukutana na hawa watoto. So kuna kwa mfano single mothers ambayo wanaingia kwa hii program. Yeye mwenyewe anasema nikikuja pale hata sijui mtoto wangu atakula nini. But the other question that I ask them, what is the foregone alternative? If it is true that when you are not in these sessions that will develop you, you are somewhere earning even 50 shillings or 100 shillings, that's okay. But majority wamehang tu mitaani, hakuna kitu wanafanya. So huyu mtu ambaye anahang tu hakuna kitu anafanya, huyu ndio wa kwanza ukimuita na kuambia kuna kitu. But if it is true that you are doing something and getting 100 shillings, then huyu genuinely, because he 100 anapelekea mtoto wake, we need to find a way to support him.
You know, there's this nexus, the need that is real within the community. In fact, biomedical research, it's always a debate. At what point is the money compensatory for the time, and that includes transport, and at what point is it coercion? Now you see, given the poverty levels that many of our people are in, and again, biomedical research, a lot of the research is actually conducted among people who are economically disadvantaged. So any amount can be coercion. If you are in a place where 20 shillings offers somebody a meal for the day, 20. If you give him 100 shillings, when they explain to you what they can do with that 100 shillings, in fact, it stops you on your tracks. You realize, my goodness gracious me, how does this person live?
Survive,
Yes, exactly. But yet, it is important. Why it is important is, some knowledge may not necessarily sink to the level you want it to at the point of introduction. But with time, somebody realizes.
Yes.
But the power of example, especially among peers, which could be, should we say, matured into peer mentorship, the impact is profound. Because this is somebody who they know, somebody whom they relate to.
They're always together.
Yes, and they know the person's background. So when they see changes in this person's life, they realize it is possible.
Actually, at times you have to invest and spend the money kwa wale wa kwanza.
Yes. And ikishashika, you suddenly realize that they begin to understand it. If it was you relating them directly, there's a limit beyond which you will not go. But so long as it is individuals. Remember, one of the best ways of actually getting people to understand a concept is through word of mouth. And from people whom they know, people whom they respect, people whom they actually identify with. So when they see the success, in fact, to understand it, it is a concept of education in the times even before independence. The concept of education, as people understood it, was this person went to school and got a job. The parents' home now has
electricity
or corrugated iron sheet or it's stone walled. See, progress had to be seen, and then if the person bought a car, they now see, hey, this going to school is useful because we saw so and so going to school, and this is what has happened. It's the same principle. When you find economically disadvantaged people, and by the way, I grew up in Mombasa, so I know. Okay, there are urban poverty is heartbreaking.
Yeah.
Because it puts these individuals at such a disadvantage. They are very easily taken advantage of because they do not have anything to anchor whatever they do. Let me ask this question, Noor. When you look at a program like Swahili Pot, how do you upscale it so that all the members of parliament who have kama Simvita, kama Sichangamwe, kama Silikoni, that all these people understand that this is the foundation on which you can build to actually get the youth to move away from what it is that they do and the negative influences that they are pulled towards.
And I think I will give credit to PS Tanui.
Yes.
PS Tanui has been very supportive.
Yes.
To Swahili Pot Hub. And recently he brought the deputy president. I think he came almost the first 2 months after he became deputy president, Professor Kindiki. Kindiki came to the hub, and then we took him through the concept. Then he interacted with the young people. You know, he didn't want to leave. And one of the things that he said, we need to replicate this thing all over the country. And I think now it is, you know, when government leaders make proclamation, I think now it's up to now the officers to work together. But at times it's also about ownership. We need more and more leaders to come and visit. By the way, we've had visitors, governors, MPs from other parts of the country. Even the previous government, we had teams from Bungoma coming and seeing what we are doing at Swahili Pot Hub. But I think the issue is action, and then also understanding the concept. I think the concept, a lot of them think that such a hub is about infrastructure. And there's a very beautiful one that was built in Isiolo, which it clearly shows you at times you can put even 100 million in a building and there's nothing. But the issue is normally the community, mobilizing the community, even if it is under a tree. But you have the right leadership, you have the right champions, and you have that thought process is understood very well and the concept is understood. Now the good thing is and this one I can mention because we've already signed, MasterCard Foundation have been following what we are doing. And one day they called us, and in the meeting, when we went, we also met National Council of Churches of Kenya. And now I can proudly say NCCK is one of our partners. So they said, every time we come to Swahili Pot Hub, we see the energy, we see the convening power that it has. And a lot of young people identify it as a safe space. But it's only one location. But the National Council of Churches of Kenya has got centers all over the country.
They do.
But they are not attractive. That's let me not say it. Maybe they. At times you need to limit the words that you use.
Yes.
But they say, how can we bring the same things that attract the young people to these centers? And I think that's why they brought us together with NCCK. Initially, they wanted us to start in 15 counties, but we convinced them You know, when you throw me all of a sudden to 15 counties,
you're spread thin.
yes. And then we also, and I think this is one thing that I really tell people when they tell me, why are you not in Bungoma, why are you not in Nairobi? We need people like us in all those counties.
Yes.
People who are embedded in the communities, trusted by the communities, and then we collaborate with them. But when you tell me to go with my team to Kirinyaga, it's difficult. So, and we were able to convince them then, can we start with 4 counties? We work with NCCK in Kitui and Nairobi. And then for us, we strengthen what we are doing in Kilifi and Mombasa. So the next 4 years, the next 3 years, we work with these 4 counties. And then after that, we learn, and then we can expand to the 15 or the 47 counties. So because I feel, and I think Mastercard Foundation have understood the power of safe spaces for our young people. And you mentioned urban poverty. In fact, one of the things, and I think this is, I will say normally my final thing that I'm working for the coastal youth. When a lot of people are within what you're calling the urban poverty, nyumbani ni survival, nyumbani ni chaos, nyumbani hata hauwezi tulia, you just want to escape from home.
Matumaini pia haipo.
Hakuna, yes. So these spaces are so important, because if you can have a safe space. Kitambo watu walikuwa wanaenda msikitini na makanisani, but sijui siku hizi wanaenda wapi, because ni kama imepotea kabisa. So what we need is, if you can have spaces where and we do it in different levels. Wachana na hii, unajua sisi tuna target 18 to 35. I would wish we also have centers with other people ambayo wanadeal na watoto wadogo, so that mtoto mdogo wakati anafeel kwa unsafe nyumbani, kuna environment imekuwa created kumpatia, kumlea na kumkuza na kumpatia ile for example, imagine a young person from Bangla or even Old Town or Kachonjo or Mshomoroni or somewhere in Diani, anaingia katika space, he's able to access tabs, lakini inamfunza vitu vizuri, sio hizi zingine ambazo unapata access haieleweki. Ana access vitu ambazo mtoto wa tajiri ana access hapa Nairobi, ama mtoto wa mbunge, ama mtoto wa governor. So inakuwa ni community spaces ambazo zina thrive na kupatia mtoto ile fursa ya kuwa mtoto, kucheza akiwa protected. Anaweza kufanya soka kama anapenda, because there is a proper field. Kuna wakati wako na njaa, juzi tulifungua na governor wa Mombasa ile community kitchen
Yes.
ikule Changamwe. Na in fact ile swali niliuliza kando, nilinong'onezea nikasema, this community facility prepares almost 10,000 20,000 food packages ya lunch. Wakati shule imefungwa na usiku na weekend, can it be a community kitchen? So because I feel the strength of the future of wale watu wako katika abject poverty, ni kuwa na community initiatives, whether it is a kitchen, whether it is places to play, because siku hizi hakuna mahali ya kucheza, education, recreation, hubs like Swahili Pot Hub. Even when you are doing affordable houses, are we doing this provision? Juzi nilienda Zanzibar na nikaona katika hizo nyumba za serikali kuna huge spaces, utafanya harusi, social hall, watoto wanacheza pool, wanacheza, kuna swimming pool, kuna nini. Then and I think for me this is so important, kwa sababu mimi nafikiria Mombasa na najua Nairobi, hata spaces, hata ukitaka uwanja wa volleyball hakuna, zimegrabiwa zote.
Kindly explain to me what a kitchen is all about. I know it's a place for cooking food, but
Yes.
Do I come with my own food cooked there? Is there firewood? Do I find gas there? Is it electricity? How does it operate? Because I've heard of them, I've just never witnessed one.
They are run by Food for Education, and for them they are concentrating and supporting schools,
Primary schools mostly.
Yes.
Okay.
So now I prepare two very simple chakula, chapati, I mean wali na pojo, wali na beans,
Githeri,
but kwa sababu it's a big kitchen, mwanzo wako na economies of scale, because they are buying these
In bulk.
think in bulk. So they are able to deliver at a very low cost.
Okay.
Na saa zingine hata itakuwa hata shilingi 30 kwa mfano. Because kuna subsidy from government, kuna subsidy from donor.
Okay.
So huyu mtoto ataweza kula hiyo lunch at maybe 20 shillings. Yeah.
Okay. Understood. I thought it's a place where
But I think people need to think beyond it and maybe look at models all over the world.
yes.
Because na assume mali ya slum kubwa ambayo hata kupika ni ngumu. Can we have these community spaces? The model of whether unaingia na chakula yako unapika ama kuna watu ambayo wana vitu kwa urahisi inapikwa hapo lakini unaipata at a very low price. I think ni muhimu.
You know, the idea of a safe space, it's often associated with youth and young people. But in economically impoverished environments, it's actually for that entire community.
Yes.
Because if you look at the spaces that they live in, first of all, in all honesty, some of them are actually not fit for human habitation. But that's what they can afford and that's what they have. So when people have a sense of community, there's the understanding that this thing that seems to be the bane of your existence as a group of people can actually be overcome. And it is a lot easier when people actually get together. When you have a starting point of feeding their children, they get to see the importance of such an initiative.
LCT maybe nataka uongeze kwa hiyo.
Tafadhali.
Sitaki kukata thought yako, but hebu iweke kwa context ya old people.
Yes.
Widows.
Infirm.
Ambaye katika communities hawajui wafanye nini.
Yes. Thank you. No, I will let you continue with that thought process because it is an excellent thought process.
Yes.
Because you see, how do you, when you do not have the means, take care of those who depend on you? They are elderly, some are unwell, and they need the help. See, when there's a community effort in it, or a coming together, it becomes a lot easier. Because within the community, they're your children, they're your relatives, they're your neighbors. Not everybody will be at that same level of poverty. And even if they are, some people may have connections. Somebody may know Noor will know somebody else, somebody else will know somebody else. That's the community I'm talking about. So this problem becomes a lot easier to manage because you'll get assistance from various
stakeholders.
Yes. And you'll actually find that burden is quietly being lifted. I know this because I was a chairman of a board of management of a local school in the rural area that I come from.
Yes.
And so you get to understand very many of these things. We had parents who couldn't pay fees. Some would bring firewood. Some, when they harvested their maize, would bring maize. Some would bring beans. You cost it because that's how they can pay their fees. Now, that is understanding the community, their ability. And then we got a headmistress who actually understood how to ensure that all these bursaries that exist and how to tap them. Fees arrears that had been there for God knows how long suddenly got sorted out. So again, when you empower people by giving them knowledge, what you actually do is you give them also the courage to be able to pursue things that ordinarily they would not even bother thinking about. Thinking, not even doing. So as they start doing it and other people see what the outcome of it, then that community thinking comes into force and very many things will start changing as you watch within that particular community. Remember, one of the problems that the coast has had for a long time is drugs. And then you've had school dropouts. Because the example that these young people have is the worst possible example they could have.
The role models.
So you suddenly find you have a situation where they don't value going to school. They don't see the benefits.
But they will ask you, kwa nini niende shule siti Muga na degree na tunasota na hapa?
That is, thank you. I was a headmaster once. And I remember a student of mine, this fellow was bright, really bright, and I wanted him to finish Form 4. And he asked me the question, lakini mwalimu, waje ndugu yangu alimaliza standard 8. Anapeleka gari nzuri kushinda yako. It was an honest conversation. Amejenga nyumba yake, amejengea wazazi. So, you know,
why should I struggle?
I told him, can I respond tomorrow? I didn't give him a response then. When I came back, I told him, look, unajua atakwenda Saudia. That was a talk then.
Yeah.
Okay? If you finish Form 4, because you will pass well, you'll be your brother's boss. I said, really? I said, yes. You'll earn more than your brother.
Kule Saudia.
Yes. Now, if you take the time and also study, because they have universities there, utakuwa manager. So everything that you've seen your brother doing, you'll do it many times more.
That's true.
3 years down the line, that young man came to see me. He told me, Mwalimu.
You are right.
What you told me.
Yes. He was explaining to me. He wasn't alone. There were 2 others who came and said, what you told us is actually true. And they explained to me what they were doing, and they're going to school. Now, this is somebody who has a family, he has a community he comes from. For me, I understood that he was yet another example of what happens when you have an education, because people saw what he could do. He's known to them. But this is how you spur development within community. This is how you plant that seed, then you water it, and then you just see it germinating. Because very many people in this country, whether it's in the rural or urban areas, but the urban area is worse. There are people who live without hope. So the first thing something like Swahili Pot does, it gives you back that hope that you had lost. And it creates that sense of community that you had also lost. That you understand that actually life isn't hopeless.
Yeah.
There are things you can do to make your life better. Now, once you get politicians to understand this, that even from a political perspective, it is a sort of thing that guarantees that people will value your leadership, then it becomes easier for it to be implemented and for it to grow.
Yeah.
But they have to understand it.
They have to.
And I think you summarized it very well. If there is one thing that I even debate with parents, I tell them what I give your kids is hope.
Yes.
Because I'm not government, I can't say I will give you jobs, I'll give you money, but I'm keeping that hope alive. Because once you don't have hope, that's you now follow the direction Yamapanga, you follow other directions which are also very dangerous. Yeah.
You know, it is fascinating, fascinating what hope can do.
Yeah.
It is fascinating. I have seen situations where people have a certain way of life because as far as they're concerned, that's all they can do. Now, when what Swahili Pot is doing is injected into that community, and they realize that there's a lot more.
Yeah.
You don't need 10 people. You just need one person to come out of that group and start embodying what it is that was envisioned. That is a spark. You just need a spark. Once you get that spark, then you actually see it growing. There's something called a multiplier effect.
Yeah.
If 2 people have done it and they talk to 2 other people, my friend, it is 6 here, it is 6 here. Even if each of those people just talks to another person, the multiplier effect begins. And within time, you will actually find that it's working.
Yeah.
There's a community in this country that is, one must study. The Somali community. These were people who were herding camels, and they were in some godforsaken place that had been neglected completely. That entire region, where they're talking about Marsabit, you're talking about Isiolo, that region. Then people realize that, you know something, if we actually work together, there's a lot we can do here.
Yeah.
And suddenly you move from being that we talk about the Chinese miracle, this is a Kenyan miracle, to the point where you are commercial giants, you are in industry, you are in construction, and if you look at it carefully, you know the thread, they work as a community.
Yeah.
That's it. There's nothing complicated. They work as a community. It's something the Kenyans of Asian origin used to do.
Yeah.
Now, there are examples that are before your very eyes for you to see on a daily basis. But the pillar on which they based most of it was many of these communities had education, formal education, and they had seen the benefits.
Yeah.
Some of these communities are beginning to see the benefits now.
Yeah, that's true.
All right. Quite an interesting conversation. I had a couple of more questions, but I see our time is running out. I think the most important one is how can we get in touch with you, whether we want to help or want to be helped?
I think Swahili Pot Hub Foundation is on all social media platforms. But also, I will want to use the 30 seconds to talk about Pwani Innovation Week.
Please do.
It's normally 1 week where we showcase Pwani in a good way. Most of the time, even media will pick up issues za panga, ukora, drugs, nini. But during Pan Innovation Week last year, we convened around 2,500. Probably 95% of them are young people. They interact with government, national, county, diplomats, people in the tech world, entrepreneurship, role models who are young, who have succeeded. So it is networking, it is building skills, it is showcasing what they've been doing throughout the year. Wale ambao wako successful, we celebrate them, including the mentors na wale ambao wanafanya biashara. So Pan Innovation Week will happen between 27th and 31st. And the last day we also showcase talanta za pwani. Pamoja na wataingiliana na wasanii kutoka Bongo, kutoka Nairobi, kutoka wapi. So it is a week where we celebrate and showcase pwani, and we let people discuss pwani in a different way. Not only kusema tunangoja maembe yaanguke, but we show them that we actually have beautiful, inspiring stories. There are people doing great work in pwani. So I hope people will join us then.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice, good stuff. Thank you for that. That is Mohamed Noor. He is the founder and chief mentor at Swahili Port Hub Foundation. This is where we take a short break, but when we do return, rather, the conversation kama kaida continues.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning. I am Patricia Wayua. Kitui County is set to host the Mashujaa Day celebrations today as the country still continues to mourn the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Preparations for the celebration, which are set to take place at Ithokwe Stadium in Kitui County, were in high gear on Sunday with 20,000 guests expected to attend the event. The National Heroes Council Chairman Charles Wambia said 184 individuals will be awarded in 14 heroic categories. National Assembly Speaker Moses Wetangula on Sunday presented to Ida Odinga a bound Hansard volume capturing the lifetime parliamentary record of her late husband Raila Odinga. The handover took place during a funeral mass at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology in Bondo, where thousands gathered to celebrate and bid farewell to Raila. The Hansard compilation covers Raila Odinga's extensive parliamentary career. Wetangula used the opportunity to call on the country to shun divisive politics.
It is not worth anything spilling blood because of politics in our country. Let's live by that mantra. Baba, rest in peace. Mama Aida na familia. Sasa muamini kuna yule analinda wajane na mayatima ni Mwenyezi Mungu peke yake. Asante sana.
Thank you.
May you rest in peace, my dear brother, Baba. Kenya will be the poorer without you.
Thank you very much.
Allow me now to present the Hansard extraction to Mama Aida for family records. Thank you.
I have lost a co-worker in the vineyard of Africa. This is a tribute to the late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga by ex-Nigerian President Olusegun Obasanjo. Obasanjo paid an emotional tribute to Raila, describing him as a selfless man whose passionate love for his country could never be taken away. A longtime friend of Raila and his family, Obasanjo said their bond grew stronger over the years due to the shared ideals.
One thing that I always like about Raila is his sense of humor. Anytime we met, no matter how serious the situation may be, you can be sure that Raila will turn the tension to something to laugh about. And for me, I've lost a brother, I've lost a friend, I've lost a confidant, I've lost a co-worker in the vineyard of Africa.
National Assembly Minority Leader Junet Mohammed humorously declared himself the chairman of political orphans following the passing of late former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Junet said the loss has left a huge political and emotional void in Kenya. Speaking during Odinga's burial in Bondo, Junet said the outpouring of grief across the country showed that many Kenyans, not just members of ODM party, had been left feeling politically orphaned.
Nimeona mitandao wanashapiga bimbo, wanasema sasa huyu ni political orphan, huyu amekwisha, lakini nimeona hapa orphans wako wengi sana. Wale umeongea hapa yote wamelia. Sasa nitasanya hawa yote nikuwe chairman yao. Orphans ziko mingi hapa hata roho yangu ikarudi nilipoona orphans vile umelia hapa. Mimi nilikuwa na uzuri peke yangu, nilisema nimekwisha. Kumbe tuko wengi hapa. Hiyo nimefurahi sana. Lakini
the United States announced Sunday another strike against what it called a drug running boat. This time, it attacked an alleged Colombian leftist rebel vessel. The attack came as President Donald Trump said the United States is halting financial aid to Colombia and will announce tariffs against it today. The U.S. has had warships deployed in the Caribbean of Venezuela since August and has attacked at least 6 boats it said were running drugs toward the U.S., killing at least 27 people so far. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I am Patricia Wayua.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning and welcome back. It is 6 minutes past 8 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast on Radio Generation 88.8 FM, 90.7 in Mombasa. How are you doing? Hope everything is fantastico. I can see a couple of your comments online. I'm absolutely loving them. I'll try and capture some of them as we go on. But kuna mtu anauliza kama Fanya Mambo is in the house already. Well, Eric Award, good morning. Fanya Mambo is actually in studio. Fanya Mambo, good morning.
A very good morning to you. What's his name?
This is Eric Award.
Eric Award, thank you so much for asking. Thank you so much for wanting me to be here. I am here. Unajua kuwa na mafans ni kitu ya muhimu sana.
Yes.
I am happy to be here.
And it's a good
and
thing.
Happy Mashujaa Day.
You still have ambitions for this.
Dagoretti South. It's the only thing I was born for.
Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to ask. Things change. Things change. Yeah, so I don't like assuming.
No, I am in the race. I am vying for Dagoretti South Member of Parliament.
Yes.
And thank you. But there's so many Kenyans have actually come and changed their votes. But wananitumianga screenshot wananiambia mimi nimechukua uko kwenye Dagoretti South and I want to come and vote for you. So it's a very humbling thing and I keep telling anybody who wanted to support me and you believe in my candidature, this is a good time. Kuja tu hapo Maisha Poa Kawangware, pick up your vote and say I am voting in a leader I believe in.
Actually, before we talk about the end of an era that is Raila Amolo Odinga, IEBC wanasema ya kwamba the numbers are not looking good, but hiyo information tulikuanga nao before to do about the passing of Raila. Perhaps things have changed, I don't know. Do you have any information qua ground? Because from what I understand, out of an expected 6 million new registrations, we only have about 20,000. That is news sometime early last week.
You see, can I tell you something? When you bring a Vasco da Gama ideas into a 2025 situation, then you can only get results of that kind. This is a generation that is extremely techno-savvy. These are young people who have opened their bank accounts from their phone. They operate millions of shillings from their phones. They borrow loans from their phones. These people order for food from their phones. They order for their transport from their phones. Anything they want to buy, even in the UK, they buy from their phones. When they want to apply for a US visa, they apply online. They get something as substantive and as important as a US visa appointment date, and a whole form filled from their phone. Then you come, and the same way Kivuitu used to register voters when we had ECK is the same way you want to register these young people in 2025.
Yeah.
There will be delay in the number of young people that we are able to loop in. We are encouraging them, but they are still wondering why. But secondly, can you imagine, like, if you come to Dakoreti South, the voter registration center is in only one place. Now, from a young person coming from the farthest part of that constituency has to spend 200 shillings one way and 200 shillings one way, because they have only put it at the constituency headquarters. Look at a constituency as big as Kibwezi. There are parts of Kibwezi, to get from one part to the other, you'd need 500 shillings one way, another 500 shillings one way. That's 1,000 bob to go and register. Young people are wana pesa. So as they speak of the numbers being low, first is they have not made it very accessible, but also they are using Vasco da Gama ideas in 2025.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. That is Fanya Mama Kinodia, lawyer and political analyst. But also in studio, we do have party leader for Progress Plus Alliance, that is Maliba Arnold. Arnold, thank you for honoring our invite, at least to Lifika, despite what was happening over the weekend.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning to you too. So I was just asking Fanya here about the whole situation around voter registration, and we're just talking about the low registrations as they're ongoing. I don't know if you have anything to say about that before we get into the end of an era conversation.
Since it's a continuous voter registration process, I think we shouldn't be worried as much.
Okay.
Secondly, the IBC systems were low. I went around Nairobi and found that those offices were full from morning to evening. The offices were full. If you went to the constituency office, where it's solely happening, it's not happening any other place.
Yes.
It's happening at the constituency office. That place was full for the 3 days I visited different stations.
Okay.
Full.
Okay.
So you cannot then put it to young people that they've not turned out. Young people were thronging the places. Secondly, the other processes that you are told you can come after week 1 and week 2. People who wanted to do amendments to their names, people who wanted to change. A number of stations told them that the system wasn't really, probably, let me use the word, warmed up so well, and you are told, come the following week. But then people were always full in those stations. I went to Dagoretti North, I went to Westlands, and then I went to Mathare.
So are you suggesting, Arnold, that perhaps this low turnout is not something that you can relate to people physically turning up, but the system and the pace at which it can do what it's supposed to do?
There are two things that I could actually allude to as to why there has been reportedly or allegedly low numbers. Number one, the system, like I'm just wondering how the police in Kiganja, for example, who have not trained, the instructors who have not trained for 4 years. If you've ever taught, you know that you've not been to class for 4 years. And then you have got a big lot of about 10,000 people coming in. Of course, it will be divided into the 3 campuses. But then just imagine the instructors, how they'll struggle. Same way with the IBC system. It's not really been open, I think, for about 4 years.
Yeah. That is a good estimate.
Yeah, so, but then when I went there physically, because I wanted to make a few changes,
yes,
I was told you can only come, if you're not registering now, you can only come after
a certain number of days.
After week 1. And then I went to week 1, I was told, is it really a rush? Otherwise I'll fill your papers and just keep them here. You can come now, this work that we are starting now. Come next week, I think the system will actually be properly functioning.
So
I don't think that officer was didn't want me to make changes, but as somebody seated on the desk, she definitely had her own problems with the system. So twice, having been told that, I even wanted to go check the place where I wanted to move the vote. I was told the same thing. I make the amends and then come this side. And now I'm trying to imagine those who want to register for the first time.
Yeah.
Because I think they were having a problem of integration between IPRS, the Integrated Personnel registration service and the persons registration service and the population service, I think, and then their own system. Okay. So it's a little bit of much more work, because I know one of those things that they are doing is to go to the NRB data, or rather the NRB system, do away with the registered deaths, first of all, clean up that. Also bring in the NRB numbers that have been registered, so that then that is where the IPRS comes in, so that then now IBC can actually read it and then integrate it with their end. So the system has not been fully up. That is the truth, practically. But I know once they start to speak up, they'll be doing a lot of English. But the truth is that I've gone there, and since I understand a little bit of how the back end works, that's why I'm actually trying to explain it in this way.
All right.
But then there's a second reason. I spoke of two. The other bit is the dead cutting process that has been happening. There's a dead cut strategy that was brought in. That immediately we started or rather on the week when new continuous voter registration process starts, they bring up this thing about Nyota. And there is a concentrated campaign from day one. Young people are running around chasing after their MCAs and MPs to be able to qualify for that 50,000 in their businesses. That I will tell you from my experience is that it wasn't by
mistake.
There's nothing. Remember, Paranya had actually launched it much earlier on 17th, I think, of September.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden now it's a national program that is being run, quote unquote, a whole government approach. For me, that I thought was a direct distraction or an attempt at distracting young people. Because if you go to other places, there's nothing young people are doing other than chasing after Waheshimiwas. MCA, okay, we are supposed to be part and parcel of the 17 businesses that are supposed to be. So every young person with a little bit of an enterprise is trying to qualify for that 50,000 shillings.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you are connecting the Nyota fund to IBC registration.
I would have told you Sinmi Nakusho, but then I'll say this. As a man who's worked behind scenes for years,
right,
I know when something smells fishy.
What do you think, Fanya Mambo?
Nyota Fund is a lot of nonsense. Let's start there. The president leaves the country and literally begs IMF for 5 billion. Now, I want Kenyans to understand these figures because they are very simple. Why are we borrowing 5 billion from IMF to give our young people?
Actually, I think it's World Bank, but yeah.
Yes, World Bank, 5 billion. Now, 5 billion, they were saying if you take 5 billion and divide by the 50,000 shillings that they wanted to give every young person, it would affect 100,000 young people. They would get 50,000 each. Now, the person asking these multinationals to give us 5 billion has allocated his own state house 12 billion.
Really? I always like your perspectives.
So now,
yes, continue.
you who is allocating your state house a loss-making outfit, because it is totally a loss-making outfit. It is, if state house was a parastatal, we would say this one parastatal we put in so much money and get zero value out of it. So you've allocated yourself 12 billion, and then you are borrowing 5 billion. Now, the 5 billion you are borrowing enables you to give 100,000 young people 50,000 each. Now, the state house that you have allocated 12 billion, if that money had gone to the young people, it would have gone to 240,000 young people. So I want us to understand that what state house is gobbling up in 1 year, if it was to be given to young people, the young people would each get, 240,000 young people would each get 50,000 shillings.
Yep.
So before we go and borrow this amount of money from any other person out there, let us come back ourselves internally and ask ourselves, where are we wasting our money?
Okay.
And the second problem I have with Nyota Fund is that whoever is going to give us that money, whether it's IMF or World Bank, is not going to expect it to come from those 50,000
Kenyans
or 100,000 Kenyans if they will be given, and if there will be 100,000. It's going to be charged on all of us. It's going to be
All
a charge
50
on the
million.
consolidated fund. So mimi na wewe tutaanza kulipa loan yenye mimi na wewe hatukuomba. I have always told you, this generation in their 60s is committing what I call intergenerational crimes. They are committing crimes against the younger people. Because you wake up and go and borrow 5 billion without our consent. And then now my child who is in high school today will one day be paying for 5 billion that was given to other young people and we don't know what they did with it. Okay. Can you stop heaping more loans on our people? There's nothing as ugly as a young person being born in debt. You're born indebted. Wewe unazaliwa na uko na deni. Na haujui ilitoka wapi na hujui ni ya nini. And the more you stay, the more indebted you're born.
Yeah.
So we are saying hii Nyota Fund hii upuzi kwanza iache. No, unless they are planning to find a way to link these young people with IMF or with World Bank. Wapewe directly na walipe back directly.
Waongea na World Bank directly.
Wapatiwe connection somewhere. They wawekwe kwa WhatsApp group. Wakiwa wanachanga pamoja, wanalipwa pamoja. Because, and I think it's a good way.
But you know, they'll not pay.
That's why I have a problem with it.
This 100,000 Kenyans.
He's trying to bribe 100,000 people to sing two term. That's all.
One, for a country that has got 52,000 polling stations, I think the government deliberately is looking for 2 polling agents at a polling station. They're looking for agents at 2 of them. Because if you worked out that mathematics, it's about 105,000 groups.
Okay.
105K groups coming in. So, assuming that the businesses are owned by at least one person, and I know that has been the strategy, that you don't get the funding, you don't qualify if you are alone. Yeah. So,
but I think for Nyota is individuals.
It's businesses.
It's businesses.
Okay.
Or groups.
So, but people with more who are more than one person stand a higher chance. So I will tell you 100%. For one, it's going towards that particular end. But I know deliberately it was used to dead-cut the process, slow down the process until young people, until the people in power figure out how to deal with this. But then there is a better way of looking at it again. That last year, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers did a statement and said about 3 billion shillings is stolen every day in this country.
It's moved from 2 billion.
Yes. 2 is what President Uhuru said.
So now we've increased it.
Yes.
So KM said
I'm quoting KM. KM says 3 billion shillings per day is lost to graft, pilfering, and all manner of the sisters of corruption. Now, 5 billion shillings is money that we lose in about 18 hours. And that is what the government is moving all over, making so much noise about. Just imagine if we were able to, number one, deal with corruption, we would be doing much, much better. That if there were groups that can actually benefit out of this, we wouldn't need the World Bank to actually give us support towards this. So you have got 6 billion being lost in 2 days, but then the government, people flying choppers, MCAs, MPs, governors, everyone has actually been brought on board in the name of all government approach in just trying to put out money that we lose in 2 days.
In a few hours.
Just a couple of 18 hours. I've done away with 1 billion because if it's 3, I'm assuming that the other billion that would have made it 6 would be lost in 6 hours. So I'm assuming that every 6 hours we lose about 1 billion shillings. 8 actually. After every 8 hours we lose 1 billion. That's why in 24 hours we lose 3 billion. So the money that we are losing in around 16 hours is what we are making noise and talking about all government approach.
Okay, we will definitely talk about Nyota Fund, the registration, that is IBC at a different time, but
let me ask a question.
Those facts are actually very shocking. Yes, please.
I've heard what those 2 fine gentlemen have said. So do I hear you to be saying that this Nyota Fund will not achieve any good whatsoever?
It doesn't mean that Nyota Fund is not going to achieve any good whatsoever. It just means that it's a terrible approach to the problem that we have. Yes, we have a problem with youth unemployment. We have a problem with youth accessing capital, but it's the most terrible. In fact, when Kenya Kwanza thinks of an idea of how to intervene when we have a problem, they first ask, give us a list of the most terrible methods that could help us come out of this situation. And then they say, out of the terrible, which is the most terrible? And then they pick that one. I'll tell you why. Why do we have a cash crunch? We have a cash crunch because government is borrowing locally. They're borrowing from banks. Why are they borrowing from our local banks? If government was to desist this stupid appetite of borrowing from our banks would have money to lend to these young people in a way that these young people can pay back. During Kibaki times, banks were hawking loans. It is known. I benefited from 4 loans during that time. They were not gifts. And I paid all the 4 loans. Unajua unachukua ka loan hapa mpaka they had to come up with CRP, but we paid. So all I'm saying is avoid the most, because they do give us the list of the best approaches. They get the list. Then which ones are the worst? Then from the worst, which is the most terrible? And here it is. That's what they chose.
If it's not stinking,
if it's not stinking, Kenya Kwanza doesn't want it. So if this government had said, we are going, yes, to resolve the problems of our young people, but we are going to use the best practices and the best methods, what they would have done is they would have reduced their own appetite for local borrowing. Banks would have had excess money. Banks would have been calling young people and telling them now for more, because banks will find a way to follow on their money. They don't lose their money. And Kenya therefore would be in a good place. So Nyota Fund is a method of trying to help people get out of poverty, but it is the most terrible one. And they have deliberately chosen the most terrible one. And also, think about it this way. When you have a section, when you want to empower people, let them pay for the cost of their own empowerment. That is why a bank will give you a loan of 200K. You'll pay it as 230, 240 over time, or 250, but you are paying the cost of your own empowerment. Now here we have a situation whereby money is borrowed from an international firm, then it's given to people carelessly, and then you and me pay back for that money. So that's why we are saying no.
But Fanya Mambo, are you saying those who are given this money will not have to pay for it?
Already, they have already told us this thing they had of, what was it? Hii ilikuwa fuliza ya serikali, ilikuwa inaitwa
Hustler Fund.
Hustler Fund has not been paid.
No.
In fact,
I'm not discussing Hustler Fund. I'm discussing Nyota, and I'm asking, are the people who are targeted, are they being given a grant, or are they expected to pay it back? That's what I'm asking.
Now, for us, we don't care whether it's a grant or money being paid back. You see, the way they run Hustler Fund is the same people who are going to run this one. They failed in this one. Why do you expect them to succeed in this one? Whether it's a grant or it's a loan, we don't care. We are not even interested. All we are telling you, if they've chosen a bad method.
You actually must care, because if it is money that they're supposed to pay, then the argument that Kenyans in their numbers will have to pay for this loan, then that doesn't hold water, because those who are given the money will have to pay. There's a reason why I'm asking.
No, it holds water because when we are borrowing from IMF or World Bank, we are not borrowing in the names of those people. It's Kenya borrowing as...
Are you saying that when this money was borrowed, World Bank did not know what was being borrowed for?
They don't have a list of those who they are going to give the money
And
to.
once you
And
involve
World Bank will not
politicians-
come and claim from them.
No, World Bank does not claim from
Exactly.
them. That is true.
So, but this is it. Once you involve local politicians in the name of all government approach, you know exactly what that really means. If I'm running for office, I'm an MCA, I'm not going to look at the most enterprising young person and give him that 50,000. I will have to look for quote unquote.
Are the MPs the ones giving people the money?
They're the ones looking for the young people to be
What
given.
is all government approach? And they're talking about MCAs, MPs, governors, and everybody else. What exactly is their role?
You tell me.
Kwetu wao ndio wanachukua list.
Those are the guys, because people are lobbying those people. Now, whereas Nyota generally is a grant, it's actually going to be misdirected. It's free money, and I'll tell you this government has actually mastered the art of throwing money at problems. As in every problem that shows up, they throw money at it. And throwing money at a problem does not necessarily solve it. 2 ways. If this is looked at as a helicopter money, a stimulus program to try put money into the pocket of people, then have it run, it will take about just 21 days, and all that money will have actually been gathered by the same sharks in the system. So when you speak about the local borrowing, we have got 6 trillion shillings. that government is holding from the local market. 6 trillion shillings. If you were to liberate that 6 trillion to go back into the economy, there will be too much. So when we speak about national debt, I know everybody else is looking at what we owe the Chinese, the World Bank, and everybody else. But locally, we are holding, government owes the local market to the tune of 6 trillion shillings.
Plus more, add that the amount of money owed to suppliers.
Now, I wanted to bring in that and call it the pending bills. Sometimes we don't want to look at pending bills as a debt. It is. So you have got a pending bill of about 1 trillion shillings, to be fair. It's kept on moving from 500 billion to 6. The last time I checked, I think it was about 700 and something. And those are the quote-unquote the verified. There are so many other guys who are still fighting in courts and through the vetting processes. So we've got about 1 trillion shillings in pending bills. But let's talk about the verified local debt and talk about 6 trillion. 6 trillion is a lot of money. So you want to empower young people? There are 5 ways of empowering young people. But the word empower in itself, if you're looking at it from a programmatic approach, is to mobilize people, inform them, and then link them to opportunities. Just a 3-bridge step. But then the 5 ways of empowering young people on livelihood side, there is the social side where you'll build things for them, where to play, to give them condoms, and you can condomize them and do everything around that. But proper livelihood now support. Number 1, ensuring that they have got access to quality education, skills development and training. How are we doing that? Because education is an equalizer. We've done away, we've actually reduced the capitation. Schools are struggling. Lecturers are actually now dancing. In fact, going forward, if any lecturers of any other university are going to strike, if they don't bring it to the level of Maseno University, then we don't want that strike. It must actually be colorful. But I'm just saying that schools are struggling.
University is a public university.
No.
It just happens to be yes, exactly.
If any other university lecturers are going to strike,
they go for benchmarking.
If they cannot benchmark with Maseno University, we don't want that particular strike. So access to education, quality education, that is skills development and training. That is number 1. Number 2 is access to market. The market is 2-way. That you're bringing in both services and you're bringing in goods. Young people are not so much into production, so they are bringing in services, which a lot of times is the skills they have, whether they are skilled or unskilled. That's what they're bringing to the marketplace. So job creation will actually fall under that, so that then we don't run with this thing, job creation, and not really get it correctly. Number 3 is access to information. I know access to information sounds cliche because this quote-unquote is the most informed society. It's not. Because we might know so much about Manu and Arsenal and what's happening with the Kim Kardashians and everybody else, but we even don't know where to go and register for vote. I can tell you that there are a number of young people who don't know where to register today. As much as this thing has been around for the last 3 weeks, if you went around and you asked a young person, where are people registering? They'll simply tell you, we don't know where it is. So, access to information, and I'm talking about information, the definition of information going back to the old way, it has to be timely, it has to be useful, and all those characteristics about information. So, access to information. Is this government really helpful when it comes to access to information? When you dedicate a process like voter registration, you actually are infringing on how information flows. So, there are so many ways of how people play around. We are quote-unquote in the information age, but now people have actually learned how to ensure that you don't get the information at the right time and in its right form that can actually help you.
And there's no feedback.
Number 4 is access to credit. Now, like what we're talking about now,
Hustler Fund, Nyota
the Hustler Fund, we are a country of funds. I've got Women Enterprise Fund,
Youth Enterprise
Fund. There's another youth fund. It's based in Kasarani. I'm forgetting. Then there is for the women, GAF. There is CDF now that everybody knows about it. There is a fund for the disability, by the way. Now, and then there is Uwezo Fund. And now we have got... have I mentioned Hustler Fund?
Now we have Nyota.
Now we have got Nyota coming in. So we are a country of funds. Literally, and then there is a fund for sports. No, I'm not talking about the bigger. There is these guys for the creative sector. We even created a fund for them. So when you talk about when you throw money at problems, I'd love to actually see how many success stories can you quantify from Youth Fund, for example. Women Enterprise Fund has actually worked well, and it's almost like a women thing when it comes to table banking and stuff. Women Enterprise Fund has done quite well. The same cannot be said of the Youth Fund. The same cannot be said about Uwezo Fund. I'm so sure a lot of us have forgotten if Uwezo Fund really exists. So we are a country of funds. But then, do we have a proper way? How are banks able to actually build very good enterprises? Because banks are also funding as a source of credit. Most of these businesses out here, you will realize that equity is with them, cooperative is with them, KCB is with them. So banks are also doing that very well. So access to credit. Are we really helping young people in that particular space? And the people that are really need, we've not done that. Number 5, which is might not sound like it's so serious, but then it's quite serious, is technological transfer. You go to industrial area, and we're talking about a production economy. You go to industrial area, you'll find that the person who knows how to mix the wax that makes the matchstick.
Yeah.
When we were young, we used to say, "Yo ni pupu, yo mbele ya kijiti ya kiberiti."
The explosive part.
Yes, the wax. The person who knows how to mix that and make it work is an expatriate. A lot of times they don't even know how to speak English. They are brought in from India, they are brought in from China, wherever they come from.
No way.
So the Africans only know how to bring that wet wax and put it in the wooden part of it. As in, if that was... I went to the lowest level.
And you're stating this as something which is factual.
It is. I know, because I've worked at an industrial area setting. I know the people who are running our industries, the core guys, and they are being paid as expatriates. The little that is left of the production, of course, today we are importing toothpick, and toothpick is actually bamboo.
Yeah.
We are importing toothpick. We are importing all those manner. We've killed literally the production economy that was around here. So what we are doing here is assembling and stuff. So there are a lot of people here. And let's not even go far. Let's talk about the construction, the construction industry. You'll find a Chinese who knows how to mix that red hot paint for the road. Not that we can't do it, but he's come in here, he's doing that. Some of the repair of the machines, initially they told us the Chinese machines were not very common, so they didn't have mechanics and stuff. So they will bring their own guys here. And the guys who are coming here are not necessarily the cleverest of people, by the way, if you were to go to their countries. They are paid as expatriates once they are here. So when we talk about technological transfer, there's so much that can be done locally. As the world moves away, China is becoming affluent. The production part of it should be moving to Africa. Have we primed our economy for that? No. To achieve Vision 2030, you will need merely about 20,000 engineers, but every engineer will need at least 15 technicians. We don't have that capacity. Every technician that we are bringing up is being stolen and being taken to the Gulf. So, at the technological transfer level, we've not done so well. So, it's not enough and sufficient to throw money at problems. There's much more to do from education, opening up the marketplace, information flow,
Arnold,
credit.
We are going to ask you to come so that we have this discussion specifically to determine whether these many funds that we have are actually doing what they're supposed to do, and if not, why.
Country of funds.
Yes. Let's get back to the topic that we invited these fine gentlemen to discuss with us today.
For sure.
Yes.
But thank you, because you have actually opened my mind in ways I didn't think. Like, there's some things you're mentioning and you're saying, both of you, and I'm like, we are actually in trouble more than we thought we are. But we shall talk about that. Let's talk about Baba. Friday, we left the studio here. Baba was at Nyayo Stadium, and then from there he was taken to several other places before he was buried yesterday. But from basically the time that they mentioned he died, that is Wednesday, up until yesterday when he was buried, there was a lot of drama, and that's why at one point you saw me pointing at City and I said Wajaluo. They have this culture of you call it, they're flamboyant individuals.
No, I didn't. You did.
You said.
But they traditionally,
yes,
Luos had the crane bird, what Uganda uses, as the community symbol. when you talk about the totem. And if you know the qualities of the crane bird are two things.
Yeah.
It has got something they call nyadhi. Nyadhi is flamboyance, sunga. Some other Luos will call it sunga, others call it nyadhi. It's style, and then it has got intelligence. Because you will see when the crane bird are actually mating, they make very intelligent dancing steps. So the totem, the bird that they considered the community bird has got two things: intelligence and style.
Right. And so the crane is very intelligent, eh?
Very.
Ndio maana tuko na wajaluo wengi maprofesa. Anyway. But you know when we
No, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
In terms of what is valued.
Right.
In terms of looking at individual effort and individual progress and acclaim, academics provides that avenue.
Yeah.
Because you can't read as a group. You can study as a group, but your qualification is yours. Yes.
You know, before I go to the airport thing, there's this thing of, I had a Luo friend of mine, and he's an engineer.
He's no longer a friend.
Yeah, he's an engineer. And he used to tell me that, my friend, you know Professor Mbuvi read storybooks. And he's a professor, he read storybooks. He couldn't understand why he studied engineering, and it took him quite a long time to become a doctor in engineering. No doctor so-and-so, but he's an engineer.
Right.
And Professor Mbuvi is a literature professor. So he's telling me Professor Mbuvi read storybooks.
Yeah.
The truth is, the Luos who have been to school and have studied a lot are very much spoken about. To the extent that we tend to think that there are more Luo professors than any other community. You'd be surprised if actually, exactly, you will be surprised if actually the data was released on the numbers. They would probably not even be the top 3. But anyway, that's a story for another day.
That's exactly true.
Yeah?
They are number 3 actually.
What you're saying is true, because for the longest time, that is what was assumed. And what even strengthened that particular perception was when we had one university and graduation day happened once every year, and all the names of the graduates would be read. So there are certain disciplines when the names were read,
it were only Luos.
the O's, no, they're not the only ones. There were very many other people. But one noticed that when you got to people whose names began with O
and A,
there were very many of those.
Yes.
What people didn't bother to do was to look at the others who were also there. When you went to engineering, this is what people kept saying. Again, the O section.
Otieno.
Yes. No, you could have even 10 Onyangos before you go to another 10 Otienos. But there were other people who had other names, and the numbers were equally large.
And no one was focusing on
Yes, but remember also, and Fanya Mambo has an extremely valid point. It is our capacity to vocalize things for everybody to hear. Okay, I told you that we're a debating society, and to have a view, and not to keep it to ourselves, but to express it. So people then take the view that, you know, these fellows, if you're loud and you have a title, then people fill in the blanks for you. Numerically, if you are to look at people who are educated in this country, the community that has the largest number is actually the Kikuyu.
Yeah.
Followed by the Luya. Then the Luos come in. Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, now at the airport, something happened. And these people come, they actually desecrated the airport. What they did was wrong. There's mourning and then there's bad manners. And let us not have an excuse for bad manners.
Okay.
The state was prepared to give Raila a very honorable burial. The military arranged themselves. You know, it was never fathomed that somebody would come and interfere with such an honor. They denied Baba an honor that he would have received. And they should be ashamed of themselves, whoever did that. In fact, we have no nice words to them. If you were at the airport and you are there and the military has paraded, and they want to give Baba that honor, a very great respect from a nation, and then they came and disturbed everything, they ruined the whole process.
Got into the plane.
Shame on them. In fact, now, plane walipanda wakafika hiyo ramp hata ijaibeba watu wengi hivyo alafu wengine walikuwa wanatokea kichwa huko kwa cockpit. Now God forbid, what if somebody had touched something in that plane not knowing what that is? Mimi, I've never been inside a cockpit, I'm not a pilot, but I'm imagining it has got something which is the equivalent of a handbrake. Yeah, because it must have something that keeps it grounded.
You release it.
And you release it. So that was wrong. But also the things they did there, they had come to honor Baba, but they actually ended up not honoring him. They dishonored him, because when the military had arranged themselves and they wanted to do all that military thing for him, they took that away from him. Also, on their way from the airport, they did terrible things, to the point that now this jeneza that was supposed to contain Baba's remains had to be sat on. Again, it was desecrated. The army had no choice but to now sit on it to guard it from the same people who are saying they've come to celebrate Baba. But as I finish, look at what happened yesterday. Baba is laid to rest. And I think intelligence worked very quickly. They told Ruto, ambia watu waombe haraka utoe. They literally snitched the president out. Because I remember the service had to be cut short. They said, we are going to say a short prayer and release the president,
then continue
Immediately
with the
they
flowers.
released him. There was a breach. And people came in.
Even President Uhuru had to be whisked
Now,
away.
what I wondered was, you are saying you respect Baba. Uliona hata ile maua ilikuwa imeandikwa Baba. The things they did to that grave site. Wakapanda mpaka juu ya ile nyumba mausoleum ya Jaramogi, wako huko juu. You're asking, so this is mourning.
I will broke a few times.
I'll stay it here without fear. Mimi hata sitaki kupendwa. Kama ulikuwa unapaka kunipenda juu ya iwe nichukie. What you did was wrong. If you are one of them, what you did was terrible. If you are one of them, what you did was bad manners. If you are one of them, what you did, grow up. Mimi staki, if this is what is going to make me like you, make you like me, hate me for telling you the truth. What you did was terrible manners. You desecrated Baba's grave, you desecrated those flowers, you made the burial that was a state burial look like a village shenanigan. Shame on every person who did that. Mimi staki, kama hii ndio itafanya unipende, this particular, and I'm telling you the truth, you should be thoroughly ashamed of yourself. And the village elders should call those people to order and tell them, honestly, this is a shame to everybody who did it. It is a total shame. Hakuna kuambiana hapa ati sugarcoating things. It was terrible.
I need to actually tell Fanya this way, that Luos and Raila supporters have no apology to anyone for what they did. Your failure to understand what they were doing is not their problem. Totally. You have failed to understand exactly who they are, and that they don't want to be understood. They do not seek anybody's approval or apology when they go out to mourn. Being yourself, as in, you cannot be ashamed for being yourself. And I'll actually help Fanya get to understand this. Number one, the failure of the state to prepare the airport was not Raila's supporters' problem. Because number one, the people at the airport were not a huge and threatening group. No one even dared to tell those people, and I will actually surprise you, that simulations had already actually indicated that there could be an attempt at breaching the airport. No one at the airport made any effort, even a political statement to tell people stay away from the airport. No one told them. Had they been told, and this is how it actually works. Because you see, for the airport, we have got ICAO requirements, we have got IATA standards, and so much to be worked around. That's how the state airports are rated and worked around that, right? No one knew. And you know, like, the death of a person like Raila Odinga is not one the state can actually pretend that it got them by surprise. This country, in a country where at some point, I don't want to mention which regime, that the National Security Council will sit down and simulate taking out Raila Odinga just as their way of quelling demonstrations. Didn't they think about how then it would fall out? You start with the end in mind. And therefore, the failure of the state to plan is not Raila Odinga's supporters' problems. It's not. That cannot be put on them because we expected it. It's the Raila way of doing things. Fanya here has worked with Raila Odinga. And there is no single day, even when you were running last time, you and I ran in neighboring constituencies. And I remember you calling me, wametoka huko kwetu wanakuja huko kwenu. Where Raila was going in, only Baba was assured of a seat. Every other person had to fight. And somehow those rallies would work fine and end fine. There are places where we actually have to call out, and that is an old culture. Even when Kenyatta was dead in this town, I had a very good grandfather who was in security, and he would tell me a lot of these things repeatedly. There was a lot of looting in town. When Kenyatta died, there was serious looting in town.
In 1978?
Yes. This town, everybody closed their shop, but still people would go in and loot. So the culture of looting, they are criminals of opportunity. They are not a people of our generation. You know, it's so easy now to blame millennials and Gen Zs, especially those from the slums, for doing it. Those people who came ahead of them did it. Looting has been in Nairobi as long as people have been in this city. You will see it even on Independence Day, when people were working in shops owned by Indians and taking them away. Other people simply, you know, these are petty thieves who steal from other Kenyans who are also struggling like them. Our leaders themselves were serious looters. They would walk into farms and tell people, give us farms. So we have to actually realize that we have got a national problem. So then this is how Raila did things. And somehow we came to accept that this is the Raila way of doing things. Raila had mastered the art of chaos. What those people are doing specifically is the Raila way of doing things. I do not think that where Raila is, he's
surprised or shocked.
He feels desecrated or even he's surprised. I don't think he is. Because again, why would anybody seated somewhere think that they can come, you can actually do a private burial ceremony for a person like Raila Odinga? Raila Odinga gave himself to the country. He is a public property. He ceased being any private person. And you know that. There is a time when you receive a call at night because you are running in Dagoretti South. People call you. They don't care whether you should actually be having your private time with your family. They call you. So it's for you to decide whether you pick or not. That is an occupational hazard for them that actually get into public life. We must actually accept that. So there is crime of opportunity. That was for the police to deal with. I actually expected far much worse than what happened. I expected far much worse. In fact, Luos let me down. They didn't turn out in numbers, of course, because Raila ensured that he shrank the period. He knew that if you gave his supporters time to plan, a 2 weeks plan, as in then now you will actually know exactly what happened. So I think even where he comes from, his thinking was like, if I extend, he knew his people. He knew his supporters. People were traveling from all over the country to come to Nairobi and to go to Bondo. Now, if you've complained about what has actually happened in the last 3-4 days, Raila's burial place is actually going to turn into a shrine of democracy, and people will keep on going there in numbers. So the people who are managing that have to think through. Also, Fanyamamba, let me also now, let's go base completely about politics. You know, for the Kikuyus, they have had 3 presidents. You do not know what Raila means to the people of the West. You don't know completely. You saw Kenyatta, it's nothing big. You saw Kibaki. It's those things, for you, by the way, this looks like it's privilege. You might not really get it. I'm just trying to actually tell you, look at this. I have got an advantage better than you in being myself, because I'm the only one who know myself, right? And that is why when we talk about self-awareness, it's about understanding who you are and then being able to know that this is how it applies to other people. There's this idea that when people be themselves and they express themselves, that somehow they are thought of being bad-mannered or backwards or something like that. Our cultures do you know why Kenya is actually the capital of Africa? Do you know why it's called so? It's not just because we are noisy. You're actually very low, by the way, Fanyamambo.
No.
There's no Kinuthi in you. Let me tell you. I'll help you know.
No.
I'll help you how low you are.
I spend all my time with myself.
I
know myself.
No, I'm just telling you, you might not know. When you don't know how you look in the face, why do you use a mirror? And when you don't have a mirror...
Just to remind myself.
Yes, when you don't have a mirror, the person looking at you becomes your mirror, right?
Yes.
There are 3 communities in this country that make what Kenyans be. Hata Sheng ni kabila ni languages mbili tu. Ni Waluya, Wakikuyu na Wajaluo. Sheng is made of those 3 languages. There is a reason why Guy is actually said everywhere. Hata mtoto akotukana akishtuka anasema Guy. na kushago. There is a reason why anasema hivi kwingine. There is a way hata wewe saizi ni Mkikuyu and you still say nga. Ninakujanga, ninaenda. Mimi sipendagi ujinga. Hiyo ni ngeli ya Kiluya. Then there are the people who have messed up the Kiswahili to bring up Sheng. Sheng is made of those three. Is Kiswahili summarized to the nearest Kikuyu, Luya and Luo. Kenya is morphologically, anthropologically the capital of the world because all the major communities in Africa gathered here. We have Bantus here. This is a melting pot. We have got Bantus here. We have got Kushites here. We have got even the Arabs who came by ship. They are here and they call it home. So when we talk about Kenya being the headquarters of Africa, the majority of all groups, if you go to places like Zambia, and you used to go there a lot of times, and Tanzania where you went to school, you will realize that they are heavily Bantu. So the only thing that is actually dividing them, you realize a lot of people don't talk about it, but whereas they talk about having defeated tribalism, they are struggling with issues to do with religion. It's about Muslims and Christians, and it's so heavy down there, by the way, that that's how they organize their politics. So when we're talking about what these people did, it would be important completely to know that the Luos and supporters of Raila do not give a damn what the rest of you think or feel. That is up to you. Number two is that they are not apologetic for what they did. But what we do not want to talk about is the failure of the organizers.
No,
that particular bit, and I'll finish by saying this, Fanya. There was no reason why Murkomen jumped on a plane to go to Mumbai, knowing too well that had he stayed home, he would have better organized it because there's a level of decision making.
Let's have a conversation that makes sense.
I've
listened to you
I'm
for
just
a long
going.
time.
You are
I
not
don't
going to
want
accept
allow
this
you
because
to mislead us.
Wait, let me finish. I'll allow you to actually come through. Sakaja had an ability to actually stay at home and help mobilize, organize. Not that this bad manners wouldn't happen. But we are saying both Sakaja and Murkomen had no business going to Mumbai when they would have stayed at home and done a better job. The level of decision making for a PS is limited. A CS can own some decisions and defend it at the cabinet if it actually overruns some other policy decisions. A PS can own that. A CS can own that. A PS can't. Sakaja akona watu wa Kanjo, akona resources, ndio mtu wa hii town. He failed to do that. So we are going to write to ICAO and IATA explaining why the airport was breached. Because there are standardizations and rates. You're talking about discretion. We breached it, and we're also now in breach of international law. That should have been taken care of. Number two, what you are not even mentioning is that up to now, we've not done a total number of people who died in this particular process. We have got almost 10 people now.
But you said you don't care.
What I'm telling you is that the people who did that do not care. That is the truth. Whose business is it to protect the lives and property of other people? Let
me answer him. There's something he's not alive to. You come to the airport. You're not uniformed. You can see these people have arranged a parade and they want to honor Raila's body from the way it's being moved from the aeroplane. You can't come and tell me there was a planning problem from the organizers because common sense should tell you don't belong there. By the time unaenda kubreach hapo unaingia katikati ya hao soldiers wamejipanga hivi.
What is common sense?
Sanduku. Unaenda kufikia sanduku kule.
I agree with
no, let's have common sense.
What is common sense in this particular instance?
Common sense is.
When people are mourning, Fanya, let me tell you where I come from.
What is mourning?
When people are mourning.
Mourning is interrupting the army when they are doing their work.
When people are mourning.
And then
Fanya,
you come and tell me here you need
Fanya, let me tell you this. We have never, for example, like we Westerners, have never sat down and looked at Kikuyus as backward just because they used to throw their sick people so that they be eaten by hyenas. We have never looked down upon that. We have never looked down upon them just because they did not bury when we used to bury. We have never looked down upon them. So this is the issue. There is this, and that is a very simplistic way of looking at how people live. The Westerners, the people who do these things, are proud of their culture. It is for the rest of you to adjust.
Wait. Let's have a conversation about culture and common sense.
That's what I'm asking. What is culture?
There is culture and there is common sense. There is a body leaving the plane. Common sense dictates that it is not my business to go because you can see there are enough people handling that body. Where do I come in as a mourner? I am here to mourn, not to stop the army from giving him an honorable burial. So that for me, there's a difference. There's a very clear line between where culture ends and where common sense begins. But also secondly, let me tell you one thing. You know, the difference between a Kikuyu and a Luo is as big as the difference between a Russian and an American. In fact, the Russians and Americans can't fit in the same country. We even try. Mjaluo, Mkikuyu, Muluya kuishi in the same country. The differences in how we are wired and how we are cultured are as huge as the difference between a Frenchman and an Israeli. And I think if you made one country and put the French and the Israeli and the Germans and the Americans, it would explode. They wouldn't live together. So we try. We are 42 different nations.
We actually do much better.
We do much better than they would. But what I'm trying to say is this. They are Grundnorms. I mean, we lost Kibaki. And even in our Kikuyu culture, when Kibaki, if you saw Thika Road, people lined up and they waved him. And because they knew it is not their job to block those vehicles and carry twigs and sleep on the grave and try to sit on it and desecrate it.
Now the Kikuyu spirits are not low spirits.
It's not about the spirit. It's about common sense.
No.
When Kibaki got to his burial
when
site...
you talk about culture, you cannot apply the word common sense.
When Kibaki and Moi got to their burial sites, their bodies were laid to rest and flowers were put on their graves. It is common sense to a baby in the Kalenjin nation and in the Kikuyu nation and in every other place that you will not come and pick out a flower from that grave, just picking it out. When people make so much effort to make a big flower written Baba, and then people come and desecrate it and do the things I saw them doing, and then you say that is culture, there is nothing cultural about that. We agree, like now there's something called Teroburu, where I saw that after that they'll come and dance and try to chase the spirits. That's a cultural thing. We agree that the elder brother had to choose where his own brother would be buried and how they come and mark the grave and the rites that they have to do before that grave is dug. We agree on all those things. The one thing we don't agree is that in the whole world, there is no culture that allows people to be stupid and to express stupidity and call it culture. When you do certain things that literally show that you have refused to think, and then you say that is culture, we say no. I respect Teroburu. I respect how you mourn. I respect the fact that you want to spend a night with the body at home. I respect the fact that unasema mwili inafaa kulala mahali alikuwa anaishi, mahali alikuwa anatoka. I respect all those. I even respect when you say that an elder who's got children cannot be buried, I don't know, before 3 p.m. That is culture. But when you come and the army is preparing for you a space to come and view the body, and then you start making it impossible for even the people behind you to view the body, what you are doing is you are being selfish. What you are doing is you are causing mayhem. What you are doing is you are enjoying making things not happen. What you need to do is to draw a very fine line between culture and common sense.
A short break for news. When we return, we pick it up from what you're saying, but also we want to get into the other aspects of what it means for Raila's death, and what Raila's death means rather for Kenyan politics. So don't go too far. We'll be right back.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I am Patricia Wayua. Kenyans have begun gathering at Ithokwe Stadium in Kitui for the 2025 Mashujaa Day celebrations. At least 20,000 guests are expected to attend the event, where President William Ruto will deliver a national address. The celebrations come as the country continues to mourn the death of former Prime Minister Raila Odinga. Senegalese President Bassirou Faye has arrived in Kenya ahead of the Mashujaa Day celebrations today in Kitui County. Sports Cabinet Secretary Salim Mvurya received Faye at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport on Sunday afternoon. In addition to participating in the national celebrations, Faye is also set to undertake a state visit aimed at strengthening bilateral relations between Kenya and Senegal. The late ODM chief Raila Odinga was laid to rest at his home in Kango, Kajaramogi on Sunday, marking a final send-off for the late political icon. Leaders and family paid tribute to him, calling for the emulation of the legacy he left behind. President William Ruto joined thousands of mourners in Bondo to pay his final respects to Raila, praising him as a statesman, mentor and a patriot whose legacy would endure in Kenya's democratic history.
As Mama Aida has said, Raila Odinga was not just an engineer. He was a political engineer. And I can say here, among his many students in the class of political engineering was yours truly, William Ruto. And I am very proud today that Raila Amolo Odinga is being rested when one of his own students, a man he has mentored, is today the president of Kenya. Mimi nataka niseme hivi, Mheshimiwa Raila Amolo Odinga.
President William Ruto has pledged his support for the Orange Democratic Movement. He hinted at a possible coalition between his United Democratic Alliance and ODM ahead of the 2027 general election. Speaking during the state funeral of veteran opposition leader Raila Odinga at Jaramogi Oginga Odinga University of Science and Technology in Bondo, Siaya County, President Ruto said he is committed to preserving Raila's political legacy.
The future of ODM, the strength of ODM, the well-being of ODM matters a great deal to me, because that is how we are going to have a strong nation, by having strong, vibrant, national political parties. Kwa hivyo wana ODM, ile kitu mimi nataka niwahakikishie, kwa mapenzi ya Mungu, ODM will either form the next government or be part of the next government.
ICT expert Mahmoud Noor has explained the vital role of creativity and digital skills in tapping into Kenya's growing online job market. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Noor, who is the Swahili Port Hub founder, is urging young people to harness platforms such as Upwork for sustainable and legitimate income. He called on young people to embrace remote work, especially with rise in anti-immigration policies in Western nations, including the US.
Where ukiwa wewe ni mtu mweusi, ni immigrant, you're brown, you're Muslim, wanataka kukufukuza. I think the best thing is to tell our young people, you can still be in the US, but you're working comfortably from here.
Yes.
And we still get their dollars.
Yeah.
And then you enjoy life here. Yeah, because hakuna haja kwenda mahali ambayo pia you always watching on your back.
Yeah.
A cargo plane skidded off a runway at Hong Kong International Airport and landed in the sea early on Monday, killing 2 ground staff. The Emirates flight was arriving from Dubai at about 3:50 local time when it veered off the runway and collided with an airport patrol vehicle. The vehicle's 2 passengers died, while the 4 crew members on board the plane survived the crash. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. I am Patricia Wayua.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generations, the people's breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The people's breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 7 minutes past 9 o'clock. My name is Mung'ala Mbuvi. I'm with the City Muga in studio. Fanya Mambo also in here with us. We also do have Arnold Maliba. We're just talking about, that debacle that we watched. We saw that thing that we tuyo kitu tuliona wakati wa mazishi ya Mheshimiwa Raila. And of course, people from different quarters are saying it's very normal. Others are saying, kidogo, that wasn't normal. But also, let's be honest. This is the first time this generation, and I'm talking about millennials and Gen Zs and Gen Alpha, are actually seeing something of this nature. Because this is like the second time we're experiencing a Luo King for lack of a better word, passing on. The first one was Jaramogi. Nasikia kulikuanga na drama nyingi. We also had another, interesting politician during that time, Tomboy, and nasikia pia ilikuanga dramatic.
Actually,
let's take
it further. When JM died,
karaoke.
Yes, it was similar. In fact, there was JM Day. An entire university's timetable had to be changed because of that. Because JM Day, or the day of his death, fell, the calendar time found people in college. And every time that date fell, rest assured, there were problems in this city. So the best thing they did was they figured, change that timetable. So JM Day would be at a time when the students are
out
actually
of session.
Yes, they're out of session, you're at home. There's something called a crowd emotion or an emotion of a people.
Yes.
And I'm glad you gave the example of Ayatollah Khomeini. His followers actually took the body. Right?
Yeah.
And the emotions and the outpouring of that emotion was something that had never been witnessed before. Tito, Bros Tito Joseph, when he died, they say over 700,000 people came to the streets. I'm simply trying to say that there is a certain patience and a certain moving out of your mind frame to accommodate someone else's way of doing things, which may diametrically be completely opposed to the way you do things.
Yeah.
Now that seems to be what we're struggling with here. Because you're saying this thing ought to have been orderly. Yes.
Yeah.
How many protests have you seen that Raila has led that you can call were orderly? Whether it...
True.
Well, I'm asking you the question because whether the police now created the chaos that followed because they lobbied tear gas and these fellows were simply marching, or the time when he came from the airport and there were these individuals who shot at his vehicle and some were trying to break the window and somebody even lobbied a tear gas canister into the vehicle. Now, and then people reacted. All that happened. Now, we have a history. And the history that we have, unfortunately, is not taught. So people do not know or people do not understand. An opportunity to understand how a specific group of people go about the process of mourning somebody they have considered leader for well over 4 decades is what was manifest. The issue of the airport, I tend to agree with Arnold in that how the followers of Raila respond to issues is not a secret. How they go about their business is not a secret. That is something that should have been taken into account.
Yeah.
Anybody who has attended any rally, you would know how these things were conducted.
Yeah.
We were not witnessing something that had not been seen before. No. Now, when we make a comparison, we are making a comparison with what we would be comfortable with. But everything about Raila was not comforting. His politics was disruptive.
Very volatile.
Yes, and that is the reason why he was a threat to the status quo. If he was nice and peaceful and let's have a cup of tea and eat mandazis while we're at it, he wouldn't have been the person that he actually was. He was conciliatory when he needed to be conciliatory. He was accommodating, but when there was something he wanted to change, the discussion and the talking would come in, but whatever he wanted to communicate would be communicated in the most forceful way possible for you to actually get to understand it. Let's not run away from the history that we have and what we have seen. And let's not also fail to understand that in the absence of that way of doing things, there are very many things in this country they would never have changed.
Yeah.
Also, I think he has summarized it.
Yeah.
Now let's go to the speeches at the barrio.
No,
Yes.
Because he has put it very well.
Just fine. Let me just say this, that number one, also before we say so much, I'd love to invite all of us to actually look at the documentary, Winston Churchill, A Giant in a Century. I want you to look at his funeral. I want you to look at what happened in London. And you know, the Brits literally made the world. The world is made from the British way of thinking. As in these governments.
It's made in their image.
Yes. The world today, everything we are doing from commerce, governance, technology, including what we do today, was born in Britain.
Okay.
You need to look at that. But most importantly, it's actually to actually say this, that we are the country we are. And no other country has got as diverse, only Uganda comes second to us, as diverse a people from this continent as Kenya is. Kenya has got Kushites who call this home. It has got Nilotes who all of them call it home. And we're talking about Nilotes from different places. Others from the highland Nilotes, like the guys who came from Ethiopia, like the Kalenjins, those ones came from the Ethiopian highlands. Then we have got the children of the Nile, like the plain Nilotes, and then the Luos, all gathering here. And then the Bantus, the last thrust. It's like all of us at some point, the whole of Africa was actually rushing. And then there are people who arrived here by ship. They're also very quite, we speak their language. Swahili is simply the language of the people who came by ship. They also are very significant here. No other country. So when we speak about Kenya being the capital of Africa, it's not only just in the drama we do and everything else. But lastly, why I was saying that you are as Luo as it comes, is that today, every Kenyan is both a Kikuyu, a Luhya, and a Luo. Unfortunately, because those are the most dominant, and they are the most dominant. Whether it's in culture, how they do things and stuff, you need to look at the language. You need to look at the practice. You need to look at how how our education looks like. This standing up and being opinionated and doing everything else that is this madness. That is typically Luo. This outspokenness. An ordinary Kikuyu, and you and I know, because we are related to them, wouldn't love a Kikuyu who is as bullish as Fanyamambo. He knows that. Kikuyus fight only when it's necessary. Kuwa na ile madharau ya kuwa hata ukiniita nini, you can call me mwizi, uniite nini, and I wouldn't care. That is so much of a Luhya attitude. So long as usimuite mchawi, you don't care. Unaweza kumuita mwami, soja, nini, hizo vitu zingine zote. And they just don't give a damn. Watakuchungia mtoto wako na kufanyia hizo vitu zingine zote. Then there's the Luo militants. As in, those you cannot run away from. So whatever happens here is that we have to accept each other for who we are. Yep. It is that. Unfortunately, if you go to Europe, Germany is largely made for the German tribe. It's just a tribe. There's nothing about it. Britain really tries, and you see the problems they have with the Irish and the Scots.
Yeah.
Most of European countries
are tribes,
nations, small tribes.
Yeah.
We are not even a conglomeration of tribes. We are a conglomeration of races.
We are a concoction.
A serious one, yet we make it work. We should actually pat ourselves on the back. Right. And instead of looking down on the many challenges we have here and there, this is where diversity lives and it flourishes.
There's something you were saying about the speeches at the funeral. Was it the funeral in
Yes.
Bondo or the one?
Both.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
First, I'll start in Bondo, where they had actually planned that mutakuja kusema Raila alituacha kwa broad-based na tutakaa kwa broad-based. Have you ever seen a narrative that is being hammered so badly na imekataa? Mpaka wanajaribu kuongea. I remember it was Wanga trying to say ataki mchanganyiko, anasema na Kijaluo, alisema akarudia.
Even brought that old man.
Yes. What do you mean she meant? She said ataki mchanganyiko.
Which one? The person who heads the Luo Council of Elders.
The other one, I don't know what they called.
Whatever they were doing.
Did you understand what that fellow was saying? Anyway, please.
They were trying to say that Raila took them to broad-based and they are going to stay in broad-based. But I love what Sifuna said. Because when Sifuna came, you could tell this crowd is with him. And by the way, he's Luhya. He's in Luo territory. And he comes and says, sisi hatutawaambia vile mtafanya. Tutawasikiza nyinyi. And the crowd was cheering because the hearts of these people are not with him. If you watch the president, when he was coming in, they had to force in some very nice popular Luo song so that people can be dancing by the time he's coming in. And people can be jovial by the time he's coming in. And then it would look like now atachukua hizo picha. And you'll see what his bloggers will do.
Mama, you don't really like this president.
No, they will do magic.
Who does?
They will try to show, even him, he doesn't like himself. They will try to show that he was celebrating.
My view on the president differs from yours, but let's continue.
Yeah. So let me tell you.
Anyway, just for information, it's not just him. Yeah. No one in this country loves the president.
Oh, no, I also live in this country.
And you like him.
And my view...
Do you love him?
You see, this is the whole point. And I love having the two of you here because you are exemplifying the very thing that we're saying. I have said I differ, and before explaining the difference, the two of you wonderful people have filled in the blanks for me.
Okay. So, anyway,
you will not say anything. You will not answer our question. Do you love him?
Interrupted my line of thought. So what I'm
City is not allowed to say whether he loves him or not.
Only two things for me came out of that. One, the people of Kisumu were not ungrateful. The Luo nation were grateful. They told William Ruto, thank you for organizing a state burial for our son.
But it was not Kisumu.
That they were very...
Allow me to interrupt
Kisumu
you.
is the headquarters of the Luo nation.
It is, when you say the people, that crowd included huge numbers from Western.
Okay.
Huge numbers
I
from...
stand corrected.
Yes, from South Nyanza.
The mourners.
A huge number from
including
Rift
myself,
Valley.
because
Yes,
I remember I was a supporter of Baba. I still, until the day he started working with William Ruto, and I told him my love for you is not transferable to William Ruto, but for him as a person it remained. And I even campaigned for him and I voted for him, and people know it's not a secret. It's all over my social media pages. All I'm trying to say is this, that anybody who supports Raila or supported Raila in one way or another was grateful to William Ruto for allowing him to have a state burial.
Yeah.
But where they drew the line is when they started trying to hammer this unpopular narrative that the entire Luo nation is going to be behind William Ruto in the broad-based nation. And people were telling him, look here, that don't force that on us. Sisi, to the extent that you've organized this state burial, we are grateful. After that, how we move in 2027 is not going to be forced. So all those ministers came, and when you realize that you don't have content, you increase your volume. You saw how Mbadi was shouting. So we are telling them, increase the content of what you are telling us, not the volume. Because they kept increasing the volume, forcing people into broad-based. Sifuna was not shouting, but he was connecting with them. Because they were saying, you will not kill our Albert Ojwang and come here and think that we have forgotten. So all these things are things that people are holding dear to their hearts. All I'm going to tell them is this. And then you could see Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. It tells you, he just, ikitajwa tu jina yake hata na Mama Aida, you hear the crowd goes wild. Why do they go wild? They know that he was the last true, genuine friend that Raila had before he died. This other one between Ruto and Raila was a marriage of convenience to make government work. But they know literally for Uhuru, mpaka ulikuwa unasikia wanasema wanakunywa uji na chai, of which he explained what it was. It tells you that the people who support Raila Odinga know that the last true genuine friend that Raila had before he died was actually Uhuru. And that's why he was celebrated at Nyayo Stadium. He was celebrated there. And just the mere mention of his name was causing a very good excitement amongst the crowd.
All right. Over to you, Maliba.
On the speeches, I think that is where I say there was discretion. Because the first time we see Opiyo Wandayi coming to speak, Opiyo Wandayi, the day before the burial, he comes in and does not even mourn Raila. Yesterday when Opiyo Wandayi spoke at the funeral, we expected him to mourn Raila Odinga, but he took the time to thank President William Ruto. A man singing for his dinner. That is discretion. That is totally un-Luo-like. That is totally un-Raila-like. On a day of mourning, Opiyo Wandayi he took all that time to thank President William Ruto.
Protect his job.
A man was singing for his dinner in Raila's funeral. And that, for me, is a discretion. Secondly, President William Ruto shamelessly moved in to inherit Raila's estate, political estate. Shamelessly. You are inheriting a man's wife before he's even buried. And I'll tell you what he did. Number one, he said Mbadi Tosha. William Ruto does not misspeak. Of all the people who came in from the BBG, from the other side, he took time and spoke about Mbadi, attributed things that had already happened, including issues on exchange rate on the dollar, attributed it to Mbadi, spoke about inflation and everything else. Things he attributed to Mbadi, things that when I left government last year, we already had achieved, and Mbadi had not actually come into office then. The president came in and tried to force the Luo nation to pick Mbadi. Clear.
To pick him as what?
As a successor. He said, Siata huyu Mbadi tosha.
Okay.
That is not misspeaking. Politicians don't misspeak. A person of William Ruto's caliber cannot misspeak. And from Wandayi, from our school, from all the others, he went in, zeroed in on Mbadi, and clearly said, si huyu Mbadi pia anatosha. That was his way of actually trying to, he wanted, you remember how he tried with Kindiki when he tried to Gashagwanize him by saying this is a braquet. He wanted to run with the Rigiji flow. It didn't just catch on. Yesterday, he tried to actually run with the Kibaki Tosha line by saying Mbadi Tosha. And that you can actually tell going forward that as at now, William Ruto's intelligence and thinking is that Mbadi will be a very good pick to actually replace Raila. And therefore, that is Kindiki's replacement. From yesterday's speech, Mbadi is Kindiki's replacement as the running mate. Well, of course, it has got consequences because there are the people who have primed themselves for that position, like Gladys Wanga, for example. She's been very vocal about it. Or rather, she's postured as the Raila replacement. So, William Ruto started a war there. Two, he did not even shy away by saying that he will not allow ODM to actually be taken and end up playing opposition politics. He will not allow us who. In this country, you can only belong to one party. So he belongs to UDA, but he's not going to allow ODM. So substantively, as we speak, William Ruto is actually the acting political, the party leader of ODM.
He's going to vie on ODM.
He's the ODM party leader, substantively. He went in and everybody who spoke, we saw men who instead, like I've said one day, a man decides to actually thank President William Ruto for all the time he spoke, Oparanya, and then there was this competition about who was closer to Raila. At some point, I heard Oparanya say that he was the person who was closest to Raila in these last days. And then I was wondering, between Ida Odinga and Oparanya, who is closer to Raila?
Why don't we throw in Oburu at it?
Yeah.
Yes, because Oburu is Raila's older brother. So
of
essentially
course,
he's claiming that he's closer to Raila than Oburu.
Yeah, so Oparanya was there saying that and you can actually catch it, you can actually find it out there. So when a man like Oparanya, now an old man saying that he was the closest to Raila, you start asking yourself questions. But then of course you know that there was a competition on who was called last. So the people who spoke at the Raila's funeral, that is where discretion comes in my opinion.
But let me
because
ask you something, Arnold.
Yes.
When you look at all that and you're talking about everyone you've mentioned is a politician.
Yeah.
This is the person they've come to bury. And you have the attention of the entire country, the entire continent, and whoever it is who is out there. The diaspora were tuned in and they were watching and listening and following. Given the way our politicians go about their business, our politicians by and large are opportunists. You can gauge them and determine the degree to which they're opportunists. But this was not an opportunity somebody was going to miss. Is it really? Because what was at stake here?
What was at stake, of course, was to catch the president's eye, to pledge loyalty. So much of those guys were there to pledge loyalty to the president because men were not ready to lose their meal ticket. Raila had been that bazaar who ensures that you have got your meal card, and now that the bazaar is no longer there, the guys who are telling the cooks, sisi tunataka top layer, msituache nje. Like I want you to go and listen to Opiyo Wandayi, for example, specifically because he's a man I took. He spoke for almost 5 minutes just thanking President William Ruto. Yani alishukuru President William Ruto na akarudia kumshukuru kwa matanga ya Raila wakati hii haikuwa, as in, has he never found an opportunity to thank the president?
Let me ask you something, Arnold. If you look at the funerals we've had of presidents, political figures, how often have you heard a situation where when politicians stand up to speak, they actually eulogize the person who is dead? Don't they always bring their politics into that process?
The level of simping yesterday was not the Raila type of... It was a Raila function.
Yes, it was.
I'm telling you, it was a Raila function, and there's the Raila spirit. Raila can actually ask for something forcefully, tena na kiburi. It's for you who is holding it to actually give him. Raila was not known to simp. Raila was not known to bend a knee for a meal. He can still have it his way. I'm just saying that in a Raila event, that kind of going out to beg, literally, and turning the president into some sort of god, And then, of course, there are the ODM infightings. You could actually see what is actually going to happen. You can actually see the other group that is saying, this is where Baba left us and Baba told us. And then Sifuna came up and referenced the last meeting.
Public.
Said, this is the last meeting. And Baba asked, who told you? So you can actually see the tensions already. It was so much about, of course, the successionists. Allow me to call them successionists. The people who feel like they are in control of how ODM is actually going to play out. A day after Raila died, they were pushed, of course, by the state. They did a national executive committee meeting. They installed Odinga as an acting party leader. That was to ensure that there is no vacuum. The whole of yesterday, a day before the burial, when we see Opiyo Wandayi showing up, the first thing he's speaking about is about broad-based and how they are going to remain in government, and that there is no doubt about that. He's in a rush as if he's being chased by somebody else. Then yesterday, for all of the politicians that spoke, I'm talking about the ODM, the Azimio politicians, all of them, at least a majority of them, except the youthful ones, the young ones, and they were not given an opportunity. Raila was an opposition politician, for example. The current opposition was totally edged out of that particular program. They were literally managed. And of course, Kalonzo spoke because there had been a lot of pressure. Even people saying this man had been with Raila for 3 consecutive times. Raila ran 5 times. Kalonzo has been with him. We're talking about a major leader standing with Raila 3 times. And what kind of time is he given? Among the other people. And it took Kalonzo to actually acknowledge the other opposition players there. Yet Raila has been the embodiment of opposition politics in this country. But the state really wanted to run with that as if Raila is a government, quote unquote, an establishment person. And to actually say this, the state did not give Raila, the government of the day did not give Raila a state burial with military honors because they thought really that he deserved. But I'll tell you this, the government was going to suffer FOMO. The government wanted to steal the limelight because, number one, Raila was the people's president. If you deny him a state burial, the people will give him the people's state burial. They already did that, with or without the state. If you deny him full military honors, the people will give him the people's military honors. So it was government having the fear of missing out on that action. That is why they actually had to do that. And it wasn't like they did him a favor.
He was prime minister anyway.
He was number one, prime minister. Number two, this country is made in Raila's image, largely. What we are doing here, because Raila embodied the struggle. Of course, lots of thousands of people were in the struggle, but he embodied the enduring spirit of that particular struggle. And until at the very end, he owned it. So there was no way they could have, even if the state, do you really think that we would be talking about any other thing if the state hadn't given him the state burial? We will still be talking about Raila Odinga. We are going to talk about him for the next 1 year non-stop. It's not going to go away. So even if the state wanted or not, it will still end up that way. So I don't think, Fanya, we should actually spend a lot of time talking about the speeches made there because, number one, they were underwhelming, looking at the Raila spirit, the Raila legacy, the Raila vision. Men who are there are men Raila will look down upon. The speeches that were given down there are not the kind of speeches that you would want to.
I have a question. Why was the opposition not given the opportunity to speak?
Narrative.
I'll tell you, it's very simple. President William Ruto leads from the front. I told you he's a good politician. Politicians mean ampeanga 101. Leader 0. He's a good politician. So he wanted to manage the politics. He wanted the narrative. In fact, if there was a way, he would have made sure mpaka Uhuru aseme wako broad-based. I think you saw the cameraman here. The cameraman did a very good job. When William Ruto was saying that he booked an appointment and went to Ishaweri and spoke to Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta and they agreed that they are going to be in broad-based, Uhuru was looking at him and wondering, why are you lying? Why the heaven are you lying? Because hata Uhuru Ishaweri mulinikuta mimi sikuwa na appointment. And you remember, after Ishaweri, everybody had their own media briefing.
Yeah.
Everybody gave their, and then you thought, is this the same meeting? Because what Uhuru posted and what Ruto posted was very different. So William Ruto would have wanted to control the narrative so that the narrative is that the entire Luo nation is within broad-based. It has failed, it has flopped, because even from standing there, he could tell. You know, there are things you can't hide. People's demeanor. There are things you say and people just look at you and wonder, bono unatupigia kelele, we enda tu. But also, I think also there's something that was very important that happened around that time. was when this whole thing was going on, actually on the day when his death was being announced, our clever president was in State House ascending to bills, some of which will put him in a very bad position with Gen Zs, especially the one on communication and internet. And of course you can see the infringement on our constitution, especially the specific right to be heard. You know, you can do anything else to somebody, even here at the workplace, but you cannot take away from them the right to be heard before a decision is made. Yes. Yes.
These bills went through Parliament.
I'll tell you how they went through Parliament. First and foremost, we need to understand that a bill can come to Parliament, one, as a private member's bill. It can come also as a bill that was first crafted it was first decided at Cabinet, and then it is a government-sponsored bill. So specifically,
but it still ends up at Parliament.
I'll tell you specifically the one on that internet and communication, and I want to get the actual name for it. Was look at the history.
It was introduced by Kimani Ichung'wah.
Yes, it was a cabinet-sponsored bill.
It's a government-sponsored.
It's a government-sponsored bill. So they sat at cabinet and approved a horrible, terrible piece of legislation to come and see how they can curtail on our freedom of expression.
It didn't go to Parliament.
So it goes to Parliament. Which Parliament? The same Parliament,
Do we have a parliament
that has confessed on several occasions to have been paid to vote in particular ways, including on impeachments. Okay? So this is a corrupt parliament. It's a parliament that is bought. It is in public domain that they have received money even in toilets as low as 10,000 shillings. It's all out there. So that is the kind of parliament we are having a conversation about. It went to that terrible parliament that is in the pocket of the president. A parliament that comes, people are demonstrating, they pass finance bill. When it is burning outside, the president comes and tells them after 2 days, it's a bad bill. They clap for him. Do you think those are human beings with common sense? You are passing a bill and it's burning. It's burning outside. And you are being told, stop. You are telling Kenyans, no. Our allegiance is to the president. Those were the words they were saying. The same president comes 2 days later and tells them, this bill is bad. We are withdrawing it. They clap for him.
Give him a
and
standing
those are the
ovation.
guys you are telling us to have a conversation about. We dismissed them. We forgot about them.
No, we cannot forget about them.
We are firing them.
Because these people are the ones who actually made it possible for the president to sign the bill.
No.
This bill was brought from cabinet.
Are you telling me that Parliament had no participation in
this?
Fanya,
let's go around here. It's not Parliament that made the president sign it.
No. I
because
said
number
made
one,
it possible.
Fine.
If that thing doesn't go through Parliament, can the president sign a bill that no? Let me ask the question. Can the president sign a bill that has not gone through Parliament?
Through compromised Parliament?
Yes.
Let
me qualify.
Please qualify.
Allow me to qualify. Number one, we actually have been living in an era where we have got legislation through executive orders. Because literally, Parliament becomes a conveyor belt. A bill originates from State House. It comes to Parliament and passed through the processes. So who originated it? The president literally is micromanaging and managing, specifically running, the legislative process. Also, the concept of the separation of powers means that if the president has this particular objective, the prerogative of ensuring that he has got a standalone power and ability to even reject bills. So remember, this is a government-sponsored bill. It came from the cabinet. It came from him. It went to Parliament. Now let's assume that all parliamentarians, for what they are headless. It's gone through. It comes back to him. It has got a problem. But I do not have a problem with the president having signed that, because the president has actually committed the Nepal sin. What brought down the Nepal government was a bill similar to this that was actually locking out. Now they've got power to even delete content, block you out, and now they're threatening to 20 million and stuff that they've actually put out there. The president should be very wise that the other one man, even as Gen Zs were going to the streets and doing everything else and bringing in one of the biggest demonstrations we've ever seen, people always were asking, what if Raila joins? You remember that question?
Yeah.
It was in everybody's mind. Today, Raila is not there.
That option isn't there.
Isn't there. The next demonstration that might actually come to the street, and most likely it will start from people protesting this bill, if the courts do not move very fast to actually make it unconstitutional, the next demonstration that actually starts might be William Ruto's last demonstration. He might never actually recover after that. The next demonstration that comes to the streets might be William Ruto's and this administration's last demonstration. And that's why I think that's why they were rushing to actually pass it, or sign it, assent it into law. They were looking for something that can actually like cover up, and the Raila death actually provided them with that opportunity. So, but this we actually have to tell them that they might not survive the next demonstration that starts on the streets.
By them you mean the government?
The government of the day.
Arnold, there's a point of view that you and Fanyamambo have expressed that unfortunately I do not agree with.
Yes.
You're giving Parliament a free pass after they've been captured. Tell me, was a gun put to their heads? If somebody...
Yes.
How was a gun put to their head?
Yes, it was put to their head. I'll tell you. Number one, Mount Kenya. Number one, Mount Kenya. The bulk of the MPs who got the UDA ticket, and I can name names, but I don't want because nitapata shida, are the ones who have been saying, put the question. I am telling you, there are members of parliament from Mount Kenya, the bulk of them who got the UDA, and it was deliberate, who got the UDA ticket. Very many of them.
Who were given the UDA ticket?
Yes, so that because they knew that the wave had been formed then, who, if you tell them, read for us, not interpret, read for us this bill, they won't.
Shida.
Now, those are the people who you are saying are passed that bill. What did they pass? I can tell you an MP sahi mwenye unaweza patia hiki tumuuliza ulipitisha. When they passed finance bill, they came to us in the mountain and they were telling us, enyewe hatukujua nini ilikuwa imeandikwa hapo, tunaomba msamaha. So that's why we are saying,
you're saying we have semi-literate or illiterate MPs from the mountain.
Uliona senator mmoja during the impeachment of the senator from Kericho. One senator from
the governor,
senator or governor?
The governor of Kericho was being impeached.
Mutai, yes.
Now there was one senator from Mount Kenya. Even the question he asked, the whole parliament had to wait and said, sisi hatuelewi swali yenyewe. So that's a person who's passed a bill now that you are saying is before the head of state, written in proper legal language and in English. So definitely that's we sent, I don't know. So what I'm trying to say is this. The other one is the privatization bill that allows the head of state to privatize
agricultural land,
a lot of things without necessarily having parastatals, without necessarily going through parliament. Do you know what that means? They can decide to sell Kenya Pipeline to themselves. They can decide to sell Kenya Ports Authority to themselves, and that's what they are planning to do. That's why we are telling the head of state, bills ulipitisha. But now, kupitisha bills si kumaanisha that you will enjoy that kind of rule of law that you want to enjoy. It's not going to happen because Kenyans are going to tell you no. As we speak, lawyers have told me there's an avalanche of cases hizi shaanza kuingia kotini. Not just because you file on the online portal. Ikifika kesho asubuhi, you the media people go and cover. In Nakuru, in Mombasa, in Nairobi, there's an avalanche of cases against those terrible bills. So he's not going to get away with it. And even in the absence of the avalanche of cases, very many people have made up their minds that for this particular one, they will go back to the streets. I have always asked the president, and I want you to help me understand this. Why do you want to do all the terrible things and then come and try to arrest or silence those who are talking about the terrible things? You do. Why won't you just do the right things and see what Kenyans will cover on social media? If today Edwin Sifuna comes and says, we are going to fight for the right of people to speak, social media carries the message saying Edwin Sifuna is fighting for people. Whatever Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta said at Nyayo Stadium is what people carried on social media. So you are here, you are a terrible human being, you are doing terrible things, and then you expect social media to cover nice things about you. They only lift your garbage, put it on social media, you look at it, and then you become so angry that there's so much garbage on social media about you. It is a reflection of who you are. Do the right things and Kenyans will post the right things about you. So this thing of trying to regulate Kenyans is not what is going to help. When he was passing those 8 bills, there has been so much hue and cry from Kenyans about the failing university funding model. Would have expected, if this is a good president, and I keep saying he's a bad one for us, would have expected for him to pass a bill that is making university funding model possible. That is making us, aseme, hey, kuna hii shida, mumeanza kuingia maharambe. SHA has been a mess and pain in the neck of every other person. It was not one of the bills trying to amend the problems that we are having at SHA. Kiambu County, the doctor strike has led to the loss of more than 130 infants. You saw that. So Kiambu County has butchered 130 children. It is worse than Al-Shabaab. In fact, in the last 1 year, Al-Shabaab has not killed that many people. In fact, it is more, now the Kiambu County government is a terrorist outfit. It is worse than Al-Shabaab. More children are dying under its care than if you... So, if you ask me today to go kiss Kiambu governor or Al-Shabaab, I would kiss Al-Shabaab because they've killed much less children. So, now, the president should have given us a bill saying, wait a minute, it is an emergency that we are losing 130 infants. It cannot happen. It shouldn't happen. There is a strike. There is a strike in Kiambu that has lasted for a very long time.
5 months.
The government is not addressing itself to that. The loss of children in Kiambu is nothing. What is important is privatization. What is important is what you post on social media. What is important is this rubbish that they are calling 8 bills that that's why Kenyans are infuriated. We are infuriated because the things that matter to this administration are not the things that matter to us.
Mambo, you know something? I like listening to you because you remind me of William Ruto.
No, if that's the reason, don't listen
that is
to
so
me.
sad.
That is so sad.
No, it is actually not a negative thing I am saying.
No, once you bring in William Ruto, the matrix changes.
No, it changes for you. It doesn't for me. Because the narrative that made William Ruto popular was pointing out things in the same manner that you're pointing out.
He was not this eloquent.
The president is actually quite eloquent.
That is exactly what I said. It's not a very good thing.
Yes.
He is quite eloquent. I am not going to give the members of parliament a free pass at they're semi-illiterate. That no. There is no gun to anybody's head. These are grown-ups who, if it is a bribe, they accepted the bribe. If it is whatever influence they accepted. Has an MP been shot? Has an MP been killed? Has an MP been abducted? When this happens, then I'll know a gun has been put to somebody's head. When a bribe is offered and you accept, no. That one, it is you who has accepted that bribe, who is at fault.
Do you believe that there are other ways of compromising someone other than bribing them?
There are very many ways of compromising someone. Let me give you the example of people who get conned out of money. It is said, if you're not greedy, it is very difficult for you to be conned. It is the magic thinkers who think that you can make money easily and you can become rich overnight. That's why they are sold all manner of strange things that are called gold, and they buy and they spend money. Somebody who does not believe in quick money or easy money, it's next to impossible to con that person. They'll tell you, look, me, I'm happy with what I'm doing. I do not wish to grow rich in that manner. The politicians that we have and whom we elected must be held to account. They cannot be given a free pass that they've been captured. No, they have sold their birthright.
What I'm asking is, there are other ways of putting that.
Like, okay, tell me, like what?
Other than just bribing.
Like what, for instance, brother?
I don't know. I'm not an MP, but I can assume blackmail is another way.
How do you get yourself into a position where you can be blackmailed?
Again, I don't know.
City raises, of course, a valid point that the function of oversight is given to Parliament and that Parliament must do its work. But then I just love to remind him that the people impeached Parliament on June 25th in 2024. We do not expect anything better from them. It is this Parliament that when people were being killed, kept quiet and has not said anything. It is this Parliament that when the whole country was teetering towards collapse on account of the Finance Bill 2024, that rushed to pass that particular bill. And these are the people's representative. I do not expect anything from them, and therefore I do not want to discuss them because already the people impeached the entirety of Parliament, and that is why
took the mess away.
And that is why that day when Raila's body was supposed to be sent to Parliament, I think the Speaker came out plus all the other leaders of Parliament, and they saw the same image of what happened on 25th of June 2024, and they said, no, take this guy to Kasarani, because a repeat of June 2025 was just about to happen, and they couldn't actually. It was traumatic. If you saw those guys, they saw real trauma, and you will see it on their face. Parliament has not actually. That's why they sneaked Raila in. They didn't tell any other person that they're taking Raila to Parliament. They sneaked him at dawn, and MPs were seated by 7. Why would they sneak in the father of democracy into Parliament? It actually tells you at what people did to Parliament. As we sit city,
ni kama kuapisha Kibaki usiku.
That's what they did. So, as much as City is asking a legal and very fundamental question. He also has to actually put it and situate it in the context we have, that we do not have a functional parliament.
Arnold, we do not have a check and balance that the Mwananchi is the oversight that the MPs should be given comes from us. We have failed in providing that oversight. So yes, we have.
We did. We actually are oversighting parliamentarians.
No.
That is why people
at last year, when we had the protest, that's when it began. You know why? Because for once, questions were being raised, points were being made and supported, and they were being told, "Hii iko namna hii, namna hii." Did we need to wait for the Gen Zs to come up tell us those things? What have we got to a point?
Let me finalize that.
Yeah, as a nation, we've been abused so much that we're identifying with the abuser.
City, let me tell you something, and this needs to be clear. On the 23rd of November 2023, there is record of a trending video about Fanyamambo saying, mahali tumefika, tunataka serikali ichukue mshahara, sisi tuchukue taxes. I started fighting against excessive taxation in 2023, and on November 2023, because internet does not forget, those clips are there. Nilikuwa Mkenya wa kwanza kusema serikali ichukue mshahara, sisi tuchukue taxes, because the taxes were more than the salaries. When people were going to Bomas of Kenya, this nonsense called NADCO yenye walisema kwa mazishi tunangoja watatuona. When they were trying to pass that NADCO, I had a t-shirt written here that government should not take more than 30% of our salary. In fact, we were saying 10% ni ya Mungu. It was written, my pictures are there. Then we were saying 20% ya serikali, 70% ni yangu na bibi yangu na watoto wangu. Buying my son a tennis ball was more important than giving this government money to go and build avoidable houses. So what we are trying to say is, we started holding this government to account a long time ago.
We actually have always done.
And we have always done it. People talk of finance bill. They don't know that the very first conversations about finance bill, where they came from, go and look for the name Fanyamambo to them. And I remember when we had now our first initial meeting with Gadhoni wa Mushomba somewhere in Kileleshwa, and we started discussing that, and then later with Sifuna. And people told me, Fanyamambo umeanza kuona hii kitu mbali. Ulianza kuongea last year, tukiwa kule, ulikuwa unaongea juu ya finance bill. Tukiwa NADCO, when Kenyans were speaking NADCO. And Kenyans started buying and taking. I remember speaking about the example of the Toyota Fielder when I was saying about motor vehicle circulation tax in the month of March. Hata watu wajafikiria wanaweza enda demonstrations in the month of June. And that thing had over 6.3 million views on one TikTok page. So what we are trying to tell Kenyans, we have fought this administration. We have informed opinion. We have mambo ya first ladies kupatiwa 700 million, mwingine 700 million, mwingine 500 million. Go look for an older clip. You will not find. But when you look for Fanyamambo and first ladies getting a total of 1.9 billion, and how we fought it out and how people picked it and how it went. So we have shaped public opinion and we will continue to. Sahi nimesha kuambia wajaribu kuleta hiyo kinadko.
Allow me to give you my perspective. What you have done, what people like Arnold have done, it's not that I am not aware. That is not what I was speaking about. You have been, thank you very much, you've got me. You have been speaking to the executive. The people who give the executive a free pass have not been held to account. Mm-hmm. We have not cascaded. What you are doing was at a national level, cascading it so that wherever it is these people come from, whoever voted them, puts the pressure that is necessary for them to understand. You go around doing these silly things. 25th, the issues that we saw, the breaching of parliament should have been the beginning of constantly being vigilant and keeping parliamentarians. The executive cannot have a free pass unless it is given to them.
It's true. That's why I said you come from a place of ideal, what should be happening. But I need to actually also situate this, or rather contextualize this and say, let us not make 2024 to look like it happened out of the blue, that it was an innovation. 2024, the Gen Z demonstrations grew on the shoulders of the 2023 Azimio demonstrations. Let us never forget that. That Azimio laid the foundation, it put up the pillars. When the Gen Zs came in, they just turbocharged it. They liberalized it. But the foundations had been done by Raila Odinga and the Azimio people when they were fighting out there. Let us not forget that. Why are we forgetting that 2023 was actually a year of maandamano? Why are we forgetting that in 2023 Raila told us that parliament had become an arm of government? It had become an extension of the executive. Why are we forgetting that? That continuously he even raised issues with the finance bill 2023. Let's not forget that.
And they killed very many people.
And so many people died in 2023. What happened is that in 2024, the oversight role did not just leave parliament and end up with the opposition, the actors of opposition out here. It was then democratized and taken back by the people. That is what happened in 2024. That the people took it back upon themselves and then ran with it. So we are at a place where we are not saying that parliament should be given a free pass on this. We are simply saying that we are done with them and they know that particular bit. And that is why the president, even the other day, tried to throw parliament, quote unquote, under the bus. How do you explain, and probably let me just paraphrase Fanya's mambo, how do you explain a people who passed the finance bill 2024, defended it with all English, standing and giving the president a standing ovation for voiding it?
2 days later.
Literally 2 days later on, giving him a standing ovation for voiding what they were ready to defend with their own lives.
And have you considered what it is about the political class and how the moment people enter it, cautionary note for you two politicians, how they mirror the politicians of the single party state? Because what you are saying is similar to the Kasarani meeting, okay? When President Muga announced the repealing of Section
2A.
People were allowed to speak. I don't know how old you were then, but people were allowed to speak. And hey, my friend, people spoke eloquently. And they were all in praise of Moi, and the Moi government, and the this, and the that, and how it is not possible. This very same Kibaki, not on that particular date, in the previous date, had even said trying to remove Moi. It's like trying to cut a mugumo tree with a razor blade. All these things were said. That was the politics of our time then. Yes. Then when Moi stood up, everybody had said no, no, no to multipartyism, no. Moi stands up and says, you know something, guys? We are actually going to have this thing. I'm paraphrasing, of course. And we are going to remove this section that does
2A.
this. There was silence for something like 3 seconds, and then the entire auditorium erupted. Yeah! You know, I couldn't believe, because I was watching the whole thing. I said, what? No, for me, seriously, I said, are these the same people who just a few minutes ago are saying what they say? It was an awakening and understanding of a certain political mindset. We're seeing it now. And we are seeing it now, my friend, when multipartyism even has a 2010 constitution to support it.
Allow me to tell you something.
He was actually responding to something I was saying, but then slightly off that. Yesterday, related to the same, but not the same issue. Yesterday, I saw the governor of Mombasa speak, Abdul Swamad. I even asked online, is this Sharif Nasir speaking?
But Sharif Nasir's son, what did you...
I know. You got my point. I'm not talking about the blood thing. But yesterday when Abdul Swamad spoke, I saw the old Kanu, Aparachik or Hawk speaking. But be that as it may, the whole idea is this, that we are at a place where some of the things that are being done have now consequences. There were days when you would actually do what you have just mentioned and you will get away with it. Now we are at a place where that is not sustainable. And unfortunately, the one thing that we are not talking about, a lot of the people you saw crying at Nyayo Stadium, specifically the politicians, Nyayo Stadium, at Kasarani and in Bond and in Kisumu, they were not crying for Raila's demise. They were crying for the end of their careers. They were crying
now
for themselves.
Now they have a new chairman.
And you're saying the crying was genuine?
The crying, you saw for a lot, that is why some of them refused to cry, and instead of even mourning Raila, they chose to thank William Ruto.
Because they knew their time has wound up.
The time has actually come, and you will actually see the people's justice being done, because a lot of these people really were riding on the masses that come with Raila Odinga. Because somehow people, why would we fail Raila Odinga? You sit down and you are like, you know, he's spoken about some Kikuyu MPs who did not read some of these bills and stuff. In 2010.
The only ones who didn't read the bill.
In 2010, there was this joke that Raila supporters were saying, sisi mumesoma katiba, kama ile ya 205, the 205 referendum. Mumesoma katiba ndio mseme ni mbaya. Baba amesoma na amesema ni mbaya. Kama baba amesoma akasema ni mbaya, sisi hatutasoma. Nowadays, baba wa parliament is William Ruto. William Ruto akishasoma bill akasema ni mzuri. MPs wote wanaimba kwaya wanasema hii bill ni mzuri. Akichange mind yake in the next minute akasema finance bill 2024 ni mbaya. Wanaimba wanasema igwe. The same people. As in, what is the difference between those people? So those people you don't want to mention.
Allow me to say something. Allow me to say this, and it's very quick. I would like to specifically speak to my supporters because I see this happening all the time. They say you speak so well, but immediately you are voted, you will change and you'll start supporting these people. And I would like to answer them and tell them, number one, please do not judge your current husband or girlfriend or wife that you want to marry based on the mistakes of your ex. And you start saying, no. But I usually tell people, because you'll not enjoy your current marriage. You find this nice gentleman, and because all the other men have been a pain in their neck, you start saying that you want to judge your current husband based on that. And also, most finally, some of us you see here, our price is really high. Mimi ningekuwa mtu wa kusema tu tamleo. I know what my offers look like. I would be happy. I would get a lot of money. But staki pesa ya Kenya kwanza. If I have not betrayed you now when I need the money, and if I have not betrayed you now when I hold no position, and if I have not betrayed you now when I can be given money that can oil my campaign, what would make me betray you when I have your mandate? Because right now without your mandate, I can even say ile pesa napewa ni mzuri, hata sitaki kusimama Dagoretti South. It's quite a good sum. But I keep telling them, if I can't betray you now, when I can easily say, sinichukue pesa na nisahau ujinga ya kucampaign, I buy a house and do a few other things. So I wouldn't betray you when I have your mandate. Because when I didn't have it, and when I needed money most, I refused.
Mbuvi, allow me to just speak to Kenyans. Dear Kenyans, yesterday at 4:51 p.m. or 16:51 p.m. as Raila's body was being laid down, when it started to go down the grave, this country changed, and it changed forever. The skies are not just depopulated. We will not say that the big bad has it from this particular perspective, and I need to repeat this, that Raila's death does not limit oversight. We should not mourn over Raila. We should celebrate Raila and remember that he has democratized the place of oversight, the place of good leadership, the place of democracy. Now every other person is a Democrat. Every other person believes in a better country. Let us look at this as now God giving us a fresh start. We have got an open sky. Fly, flap your wings and change your country.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That is Fanya Mambo Kinuthia and Arnold Maliba. This conversation continues because, like Arnold has said, in the next 1 year, we shall be talking about nothing but Raila politics and how it's affecting our Kenyan politics going forward. But this is where we come to a standstill. Asante tena sana. Happy Mashujaa Day. And the fighting that is going on the comment section, tafadhali tulieni. Tulieni. You have... time is up. Oh, okay. Time is up. But yes, we say thank you. See you tomorrow. City, sema kwaheri bana.
Kwaherini wapendwa.
All right, see you tomorrow, folks.
Yes.